Hello, Neo. Do you want to learn the secrets of the Matrix? No? Oh, alright. Okay. Okay. Hello, early one. Oh, hello. Vulcan, Ariane 6 is coming soon. Ariane 6 got delayed until 2023, Valk, which kind of sucks, but yeah. Anyway, they'll get it done when they get it done, man. You think that's air you're breathing now? Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Tessa, I prefer a new slogan. I'm not going to say where it's from. If you know, you know. Stop trying to hit me and hit me is so 20 years ago. You know what the new hotness is? Don't think. Do. Do. Don't think. Do. Okay? Just do. I mean, do you expect Vulcan to fly this year? Yeah, yes I do. If Tory Bruno says it's going to fly this year, it's going to fly this year. I'm inclined to very much believe Tory Bruno. He doesn't do Elon time, okay? Hey, Pilch, what's up, man? Except when posting on Twitter. Do think first. Yeah. Yeah. You told me to! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, it's good to see you, chat. It's good to see you. It's not up to him, it's BE4 dependent. Yeah, but Baxley, to somehow imply that Tory Bruno said, I want 30,000, or not 30,000, I want 40 engines from you, Blue Origin, and then just kind of sit there and twiddle his thumbs at his desk is very naive. He's intimately involved with BE4 development, I'm pretty damn sure. Now, before you say, well, how do you know that, EJ? Let me ask you this. Does Tory Bruno seem like the kind of guy that wouldn't be involved with that? The guy's an engineer through and through. Like, I've been following this guy for a long time. I know the type of people he hires. I've talked to them. I've met them. I've worked with them. You know, like doing outreach with DOS and stuff. Like, that doesn't seem like his style, man. No, it's good to see you. All right. Grav, what's going on? Also, Stationeers is running on GeForce Now on his Amazon Fire Stick. Yep. So that's the dedicated. So the dedicated server's been updated to enable for Stationeers today. Okay. I mean, yeah. I think I'm gonna play solo for a little while, Tessa. But yeah, we could get back into it. But we got to be careful about how many. I got to be careful about how many community projects I start. You know. Grab Shark, how you doing? Dead Crew. That was just an FYI. Okay. Well. My information has been quenched. My want for information. Whenever you learn that your fantasies will never be quenched. All right, we got Kerbal today. Let's do this. To be honest, the BE4 numbers look really good, even more if the 3-core variant is a real thing. Baux, yeah, the 3-core variant is cool. I honestly think that Vulcan VC6 with the 6 SRBs, with the 6 GEM 63XLs, I honestly think that will... Let me think about it. No, it probably doesn't have as much... It probably doesn't have as much payload capacity as a 3-core Vulcan, now that I'm thinking about it, but it almost does. It's very close, to the point where the development of a Vulcan like that probably wouldn't be warranted. But, you know, ULA has definitely done a design and a trade study into doing a heavy lifter. The thing about it is that if you build a core that's designed to have a bunch of SRBs attached to it, it's designed to be able to handle side loads like that. And you can effectively prevent side fumbling, right? No, if you're going to build a core stage that can have that many SRBs attached to the side, yeah, you have to build it to be able to handle all that thrust on the outside. It should be able to handle the cores. But, once again, yeah, exactly, Pigsy. If there's a market for it, right? If there's a market for it, that's the big one. But Tory Bruno said he'll pursue reusability if there's a market for it as well. So I'm starting to think that with ULA and with Tory Bruno, he said if they say the phrase "if there's a market for it," that means that people are interested, but nothing is set in stone. It's been investigated. Tory posted the model. Oh, I remember. He has a model of it on his desk. With the market going for big constellations, one launch instead of 2 might be more worth it. I mean, it's funny because that literally goes back to the Apollo. This is the same thing that they had a similar problem during Apollo. You think it's easier to launch 2 Saturn 1Bs, or, well, I think it would have been 3 Saturn 1Bs. It would have been one for the LEM, one for the CSM, and one for the S4B, right? And do you rendezvous all that in space and then try to send that to the moon? Or is it easier to build a big rocket, build just a giant, bigger rocket, which is exponentially more difficult, right? But it gets the mission done faster. I mean, personally, I think Personally, I think building the bigger rocket is the easier way. And I'm not saying that lightly. Building a big rocket is hard. So, yeah, I don't know. One big reusable versus several one big expendable versus several reusable is the modern problem. I think that it doesn't matter. I'll be honest with you, it does not matter. I really don't. I mean, reusability favors cost, right? Over time, though, right? Like, if you're reusable, that ain't gonna pay off right away. You could theoretically do the same thing by making an extremely simple rocket, and launching that simple to make rocket a lot. That's what, like, Astra is trying to do. I mean, that was not a good example. They aren't doing too well right now, huh? That was the idea with Electron, just to make a bunch of rockets and make them really easy to manufacture, right? Here, this was my idea with this rocket, with Jebstone. Jebstone is absurdly inexpensive for what it does. And the SRB is recoverable, right? Here, let me get the music going. It's recoverable. The booster will splash down in the ocean. That's really loud. Maybe that shouldn't be that loud. Hey, Sneaky, did you see that demo on Steam for Sweet Transit City Building Trains in Production? Sweet Transit, I haven't seen it. I have space-related trivia for you if you didn't know already. ESA engineers and scientists play KSP all the time after work. Spider, I'd believe that. I'd believe that a lot. MSD tonight, I was gonna play Stationeers, goalie. Yeah, Stationeers is. I wanna get in on that update a little bit more. Yeah, just a lot of stuff to do. But anyway, there's KSP pictures on the wall at JPL, guys. Yeah, people in the industry play the game. I'm technically in the industry, because I cover spaceflight. I play KSP all the time. Not that I'm on the same par as people at JPL. That's a little bit arrogant of me. But you get what I'm trying to say. That's Tori's point before the big contract. If you only launch dozens of times instead of hundreds of times, reusability won't turn a profit. But we have like 100 Vulcans, so smart is almost necessary. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Balaxy, that's what I'm getting at. You can launch expendable and still make tons of money. If you employ expendability in scale with a simple rocket to make, this is why I'm such a big fan of Ares 1. Everybody said Ares 1 was going to be so expensive. Well, you rope the development costs into the first couple of developmental launches, which is why it was so expensive. But over time, Ares 1 could have been one of the cheapest rockets around. I literally think it would be comparable to Falcon 9 in terms of cost. I'm dead serious about that. If they launched Ares 1 a lot with a 5-segment SRB and recovered the 5-segment SRB and just did a chain, you could launch all the time. The reason why I know that this is a thing is because they literally did it with the space shuttle. They did it with the space shuttle, which is a way more complicated vehicle, but Ares 1 uses very similar parts, right? And, you know, you got an expendable second stage, similar to the external tank with an Ares 1 style lifter. You have an expendable motor, so you don't have to worry about rebuilding it, right? You have huge fairing capacity. You have 5-meter fairing capacity, which is, in real life, 5-meter fairings are huge. That's huge. That could put a Greyhound bus into space. If you put just a regular, like, Delta 4 fairing on top of Ares 1, you could have you have a lifter right there off the bat that's comparable to Delta 4 Heavy, and it is infinitely simpler. I'm telling you, NASA was on the right track with that. I think they were on the right track. And once again, if you employed this in scale, I think they could get the numbers down from the commercial crew program easily. Easily, they could get the numbers of the commercial crew program with the right optimizations and over time employed in scale. And that's even if you expended the SRBs, you could still do it. Is your first stage only solid fuel right now? On this rocket, Zimty, yeah. On this one, yes. This was a rocket that I made for my career mode save. It's called Jebstone 4. Jebstone 4 is a Clydesdale first stage. It has just the Clydesdale for the first stage. Hey, DNF, what's going on? Do they ever try to make easily refueled SRBs? Yeah. I mean, see, the thing about SRBs, the thing about them, the segmented SRBs from the shuttle program, Boxy, is that they're not complicated to make. They're really not. They're hard to transport because they're so damn heavy, right? And obviously it would be favorable if you could manufacture the SRBs like right on site. But because it's NASA, you got to spread everything around. I get that. I understand. It's not a big deal. You could just move them by train. Trains aren't that expensive to move something heavy around, right? We know that from railroads and just physics in general. So, going broke driving the cars. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, I don't commute anywhere, DNF, with the cars, so I commute by foot. I'm being green. I'm doing my part, right? So the SRB casings, they're easy to manufacture and they're pretty easy to recover out of the ocean. You just get a boat and you tow them back. You don't even need to bring them up on the recovery vessel. They're marine grade. Well, not marine grade. I don't know if they're marine grade steel or not. They're steel. As long it's painted steel, it won't rust. I mean, they don't rust very much. They're painted. It'll be fine unless some paint comes off, in which case you put the casing on the thing, you turn it, and they have a huge turning jig down at the Cape, where they had one, and they would turn the segments to get them true again, and then they'd ship them back. You could refuel them. That's no problem. If you incorporated that system in scale, it would be just fine. They did it during the shuttle program. Because think about it. The shuttle launched, like I said, the shuttle launched 9 times in 1985. Think about how many booster segments that is. So that's 18 booster segments over the course of the year. Because shuttle has 2 4-segment boosters, 9 launches, right? So, actually, no, that's 8 segments for launch. 9 times 8. That's a lot of segments, dude. Here, hang on, let me get the map here. Hang on 1 second. Yeah. Okay, back to what we were doing. The segments, that's 9 times 8, so that's 72 booster segments for the year. They could do it. If you could do that with the shuttle, you could easily do it with an Ares 1 style lifter, and there's no way you wouldn't be able to bring the cost down. I'm sorry, there's not. SRBs have 2 moving parts. The igniter primer, which is funny because that's just a smaller SRB. It's kind of like a spark plug, but it's kind of not. And then you have your thrust vector control. There's like 2 moving parts. What's this? Oh, ship 24 in the high bay. Yeah, that's cool. So, I mean, I think you could. And even if you're... I mean, that does favor refurbishability, right? But you still have an expendable second stage. So I would call that partial reuse, kind of like Falcon 9. But that could be done. The key to overcoming the problem, you want to bring the cost of rockets down? Scale. Scale is what brings the cost down. Scale. It honestly doesn't matter if you're refurbishable, expendable, reusable, even though reusability does favor it. Like, if I was going to choose a way to bring the cost of rockets down, I honestly would be doing that. Right? Are you done your part with the bug war? Of course. This view is... Yeah, okay. When I think of the igniter motor on a solid rocket booster, I think of an Estes motor for model rockets. It's kind of like that, T-Man, yeah. R&D is what's expensive. Yep. Yep. Exactly, Nighthound. With an expendable vehicle, you're not going to spend as much time engineering the vehicle, so you can get to launching quicker, which is why I still think that, like I said, you could do cost-effective spaceflight with an expendable booster. It's totally doable. And that's one of the reasons why I think Ares 1 and Omega and Liberty are great designs. I think they're very smart. Dude, seriously, you could beat SpaceX. You could beat SpaceX on price with an Ares 1 style lifter if you really knew what you were doing. But nobody wants to do that because there's no money in it, whatever that means. Does the fuel move down in a solid rocket booster, or does the fire travel through the tube before coming out the hole? Mammon, it burns out. So if you look at an SRB, like here's your casing, right? And then it has solid fuel all the way around, and then in the center there's a hollow center, right? And you ignite it at the top, and it does technically burn down the SRB, but once the SRB chamber gets up to pressure, you're burning the grain radial. Yeah, because SRB thrust is very... the reason why I know this is because, here, I'll show you. It's the famous SRB grain photo at this point here. I'll show you. So check this out, look. So how you pack the grain is the rocketry term for solid rocket propellant, because you can't just say SRB propellant. There's different types of SRB propellants, right? So grain is how they pack them, and if you look, so check out this progressive thrust curve right here. So if you just have your solid propellant, you have the outer casing, and then you have a hollow combustion chamber in the center. This is just hollow, right? If you're firing at the top of the SRB, right, and you shoot the thrust out the bottom, well, okay, I know that with rocketry, your combustion chamber surface area, if your combustion chamber is bigger and you can fill it with a bigger explosion, the combustion chamber surface area is huge. You can get a higher mass flow rate with combustion chamber surface area, right, per rocketry. So basically, the bigger the combustion chamber is, provided you can make an explosion big enough to fill that up, you will get a higher mass flow rate, you will make more thrust. More gas is being shot out the nozzle. So, think about it. With this curve right here, with that progressive thrust curve, you're burning radial out, and your combustion chamber surface area gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger over time. So, it doesn't burn top to bottom, it burns outward. It burns radial through all the segments. But gas is still being shot down the center out the nozzle. Yeah, you can, and how they pack the grain can vary the combustion chamber surface area, and varying the combustion chamber surface area will make you can throttle SRBs basically at the end of the day. But it's analog programming. This is analog programming. You can program an SRB to change its thrust output over time, by physically how you pack the fuel inside of the SRB. How did they first figure out the exact patterns to match the curves? I'm sure this was an on-need basis, Sile. So, who can tell me what would the shuttle use? What would the shuttle use? What would you want with the space shuttle? Left center, a neutral thrust curve? With the shuttle, you want a regressive thrust curve. Look. The reason why you want a regressive thrust curve is because with the shuttle, as you go higher and higher, you gradually want to hand over the work to the shuttle motors, which are already active. SRB tail off. That's called a thrust tail off, or a regressive thrust curve. Now, did the SRBs on the space shuttle have a double anchor like this? No, they used a slightly different shape, but it still was a regressive thrust curve. The SRBs actually, the way they burned, right? The way they burned actually they ramped down the thrust during max Q for the space shuttle. The SRBs would just tail off automatically, and then they'd regain in thrust over time. To basically put it into a throttle bucket with the main engines throttling down, and then 70 seconds in, you throttle back up because you're out of max Q. You're high enough to where aerodynamics doesn't really matter anymore, and the SRBs would throttle back up again, and then they would go back down again. The reason why, watch the shuttle booster separation. You ever notice this? When the shuttle boosters separate, they just kind of stay there like this. They don't flip around like a Soyuz rocket, like the Korolev Cross. They don't flip around. They just kind of sit there. The reason why is the SRBs are still generating thrust even after they separate. It's just not a lot. It's not enough. It's not enough to justify the weight of them, or the mass of them being attached to the shuttle, which is why they pop them off. They pop them off while they're still burning. True story. Last pulls. Hello, video's coming along well. I think you'll like it. It should be done in a few hours. Also grab some copyright-free music. Oh, so I still get that cash money. Right on. I'm thinking the bottom left. You got it, man. Yep. As you use the fuel, you need less thrust, right? Yep. That and you're draining fuel out of the hydrogen tank for the shuttle main engines at the same time. But here, you want me to really screw with you? Think about this for a second. Play this one off your head. So with a segmented SRB, right? With a segmented SRB like this, man, you can even go so crazy as to pack the different segments in different shapes. So you have even more fine control. You can pack the first segment like a boat anchor. You pack the second one like a star. Pack the third one like a cylinder. Pack the fourth one like however. And you can get very, very fine control over your thrust curves. And now so think about this one. Play this one off for a second. Think about everything that I just told you. And now think about doing it twice. Think about doing that twice. And think about how precise you need to be with packing the grain on these segments to get the two boosters to basically throttle in synchronous. Think about that. That's crazy. That's hard to do. Think about how difficult that is. All right, you want to know how difficult this is? Take two Estes rocket motors, right? Take two Estes rocket motors, put them on a build a test stand. You don't need to build a test stand. But if you took two Estes rocket motors and you had one igniter feeding two motors, provided you had the voltage to do it, and you lit them, see if they're in sync. They would not be in sync. They had to synchronize two boosters manually throughout the entire space program, throughout the entire shuttle program. And they have to do the same thing with SLS. Think about how complicated that is to get that exactly right. That's like having two fire pits and having two campfires and getting them to burn at the exact same rate. That's really, 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 really hardcore stuff. Every single shuttle launch, every single one of them had to be perfectly synced. And every single one of them was, which is even crazier to me. It's got to be easier with the liquid motors to synchronize. Well, with a liquid motor, T-Man, you can have the liquid motor sitting on the pad for a second and the rocket being held to the pad and to make sure that all the motors are working correctly. And then you can let it go. You can't do that with SRBs. The SRBs were so ridiculously powerful that even if one of the hold down bolts failed, the SRB would rip itself off the pad. The hold down points were not enough to hold the SRBs. This thing makes 12,000 kilonewtons of thrust. 12,000 kilonewtons of thrust. Okay, so let's take this. The Mastodon engine makes 1283 at sea level. So that's 8. That's how much thrust one shuttle SRB has in real life. You want to know how much an SLS one has? Because it's a 5-segment booster, it's even more. That's how much thrust one SLS booster has. One of the 5 segments. There's 2 of them on there. And then there's 4 shuttle motors. With 8 degrees of gimbal, T-Man. Yep. Yeah, human, that would be nuts. What is that, Balxy? I don't know. I don't understand what's going on there, but... Now, you guys want to see something crazy? You want to see Starship? Want to see Super Heavy's first stage? So, double this, and that's SLS. Quadruple this. Actually, septuple it. You need 7 times the amount of thrust of what you see on the screen is what Super Heavy has. Here, I'll show you. Super Heavy has 72,000. Yeah, 72,000 mega. No, 72 meganewtons, 72,000 kilonewtons of thrust. So 72,000 kilonewtons. What's 72? So let's see. Let's take a look. Now, the Clydesdale makes about 3,000. Okay, so let's do some math here. 72,000 divided by 3,000. 24. We would need... That's Super Heavy's liftoff thrust off the pad. It's 25 Clydesdales. 25. 25. Crazy, huh? It would be 72 shuttle engines in this game. 72 of these. That's the thrust we're talking about. You need a lot more thrust in real life to get off the ground than you do in KSP. Also, a rocket like this would be really, really freaking cool. SRBX? No, no. No, no. Jebstone 9. We would need a much bigger fairing. This thing would literally put this entire first stage into space. What is this abomination? Abomination? Did you see that? Actually, you know what would be good? We use this in career mode. Grav, I used a rocket like this. The crazy thing is that that's kind of like SRBX, which is just an abomination in real life. Yeah, buddy. Oh man, if you could tighten up those cores, that would be sick. That's a sick looking rocket. Something like this could work. I mean, they tried it with SRBX, but you don't want two solid boosters and then a solid center unless you had a vacuum optimized, nice. Unless you had a vacuum optimized nozzle. I would favor something like SLS or Ariane 5 in this kind of design. We did that. Fix your F100 yet? I'm working on it, ARJ. Yeah. I didn't get to work on it today because I had a doctor's appointment. Yeah. I had a doctor's appointment today, but yeah, we good. Can you explain how the separation motors work for the shuttle? I know they went down. They don't go down. It's an explosive bolt, and it slips out of the explosive, like it's a pin in a slot, basically. Here, I'll show you. All right, we got to get into MLV work after this, fellas, okay? Got to stay on schedule. So, if you look right here at this picture of Enterprise at Vandenberg, the SRB has this mount on the side. There's a pin here. It's just a big metal dowel, okay? And that metal dowel at the very top is threaded. It's like a bolt almost. And there's an explosive bolt that goes onto the top, and the tank has an attachment piece that's just basically a block of metal with a hole going through it. And the pin from the SRB, right? The pin from the SRB slips through the hole. That works twofold. One, when you're stacking the shuttle, you hang the external tank on the SRBs. We know all about that from trying to do it in KSP, right? Vandenberg. Oh, Vandenberg. Here, see? There's the mount for the pin right there. See it on the side? It's green because anti-corrosion primer. If anybody's wondering. Let me find a better shot of the pin. I have a lot of cool pictures in here. That one snuck in there, though. I'm trying to find one. I have a picture of the external tank's pin and slot on here somewhere. Well, there's the pins right there. See them? See the hole right there? The SRB slips through that hole. So there's a bolt on the top. When SRB separation gets triggered, the bolts pop and the SRB slides out. Now there's two radial attachment points down at the bottom of the external tank. There are two struts that hold the bottom of the SRB in place. That basically just makes sure that the SRBs stay aligned. That's the primary structural carrier right there. That not so much is pushing the entire external tank and shuttle up, but it's pushing the LOX tank and pulling the shuttle and the hydrogen tank with it, which is kind of nuts. There are separatrons, there are separators on the SRBs, yeah. You see those 4? Those are separators. They fire it out in front of the shuttle, and they get the SRBs to kind of fall just a little bit away. These only fire for a second. And then there's another set of separators down here on the bottom, and that makes that coupled with the SRBs not shutting off like what I told you before, makes that characteristic separation like that. The SRBs just basically, the little separators just push the SRBs out, so they slide out of the pin and then they push out to get away from the shuttle. A bit of a open question, but is any of what Joe Barnard was doing with model rocket throttling applicable to full-scale SRB throttling? No. What Joe was doing with his SRBs, if I'm remembering correctly, was stacking Estes motors on top of each other. I think. I could be wrong.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Obsure, 46 months. What's up, man? Go for roll program. 5 F-15s just flew over you. Nice, nice, nice. Hey, Chuck, what's going on, buddy? Is it possible to launch 2 rockets at once? I know you miss my ridiculous questions. No, I miss picking my nose, dude. Hey, you gotta clean it. You gotta make sure it's clean, right? No, what's going on, dude? Yeah, sure, why not? You could do that. You could launch 2 at once. It's fine. Yeah, you could. I don't know. It would really come down to a use case. Why do you need to launch 2 rockets at once? If... It's going to sound ridiculous. If the orbital mechanics denoted that you absolutely needed to launch the 2 rockets at once because of whatever mission you were doing, like Armageddon, for instance, as unrealistic as that movie is, you could, yeah. I mean, rockets can be fired next to each other. They can fly in formation. We know that literally from Falcon Heavy. That's what makes Falcon Heavy so cool. There's 2 rockets landing next to each other. I wasn't sure for the longest time. Like, I was like, won't one, like, kind of rumble the other one to pieces or something? But SpaceX actually has a really elaborate way of doing it. They stagger the boosters a little bit. If you look at a Falcon Heavy landing, one booster is slightly staggered to the other. I'm not entirely sure if that's on purpose, but that does end up making it so they won't really damage each other too much. So one rocket can make a cool video of the other. The closest thing we'll have to that is the SRB separation footage from the shuttle program, but yeah. I have places to be, that's why, yeah. Not much, just answering support, just seeing my upper limit on working 10 hours so far. Chuck, you want to know the key to working? You want to know the key to working long shifts? Believe me, you know I do it. The key to working long shifts is just telling you, honestly, for me, and once again, this is one of those EJ speaks for himself things. The key for me is just telling yourself that 10 hours is not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. If you like what you do, if you enjoy your work, right? You like what you do, what's wrong with working 10 hours? There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you make sure you got your other priorities straight that aren't job related, it's fine. Been doing this for years, man. The bad thing about 2 rockets, Chad, is that if it takes X thrust to move Y mass, it's impossible to 2x, 2y. You would need 10x to send 2y. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's Roderick. Kind of, yeah. For the most part, yeah. You're describing like, it's not just, oh, just build a bigger rocket. No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. Why do I want to launch 2 rockets? Because I like to party, and that's a good enough excuse. If you can make a good enough use case for it, Ryo, do it. And if the use case is I want to party, I mean, because I like to party. There's nothing wrong with that. I have to agree. I went from doing 8 to 9 to 10, now working 11-hour days, just a matter of getting used to it. Now, once again, Dead Crew, I don't want people to get confused, so I'm going to reiterate this. One, I speak for myself. Okay? I speak for myself. That's how I did it. Does that mean you have to do this? No. And this brings me to the second point. I'm not advocating people don't have a work-life balance. But spaceflight is my life, so there is no work-life balance with me. I love what I do. This is my favorite thing in the world. I love it. Dude, I love this. I love it. It's my favorite. I love coming in here, talking rockets with people during the day, getting stuff done. Launching, building out the MLV, getting stuff done to Stationeers, getting stuff done in Satisfactory. I love coming in here, grinding out work, having a good time, and talking about space. It's my favorite thing to do. So, this is the second point. The second point is that, you got to pick and choose where you work hard. Don't try to apply this logic to working at a Domino's or something, or a McDonald's or something, unless that's what you want to do, right? You got to pick and choose where you're going to put in effort, right? Now, don't get me wrong, you have to put in effort at your job, but I will maintain this to this day. If you're working a dead-end job right now, and take it from somebody that's worked a lot of dead-end jobs, you don't need to put in 100% effort. You putting in 90% effort, 80% effort, 70% effort, guess what? That's still better than most. That's how low the expectations are. So I'm serious about that. Showing up to work on time is enough to get promoted. You don't even have to do that good of a job. As long as your intentions are clear, right? And you take the job seriously enough to show up for it on time, and then you do a decent job. You don't even have to do that much work. That is enough to get promoted. And before people say, I don't know, is that really true? Okay, if you've ever worked a dead-end job, you ever notice that sometimes stupid people get promoted? Why? Do you work harder than them? Yeah, most likely. Why do they get promoted? They're an idiot. Because they're doing enough. They're doing what they need to do, and that's going to get you a promotion. That'll get you what you need. So, once again, don't tell yourself like, oh, I want to be like EJ, and I want to work 50 hours a week at this dead-end job so I get a promotion. No, screw that. Screw that. Put in effort where effort is deserved. All right? If you're going to work a low-wage job, just put in enough effort. Put in enough to not get canned, and then you bide your time and find something else. But me, with this job, I remember I had a conversation with Das about this in 2015. Believe it or not, I talked to Das because at that point, Das was already a full-time streamer. He was streaming full-time. He came on the scene in like late 2014, early 2015. He got partnered. He was, right? And I asked him, I asked him the same question, basically. I'm like, how many hours do you work? And he's like, I do what needs to be done. I'll put in as much hours as I want because this is what I want to do. And I'm like, oh, that's a really good point. So, yeah, that's the one that told me that. He probably doesn't even remember this conversation, but I do. Yeah, pretty much, Hibbit. Mm-hmm. So, guys, yeah, you gotta, it's not just about being good at your job, right? Even though that will help, right? Burning bridges definitely is something you don't want to do. You don't want to piss off a former employer because you never know. But you gotta kind of prioritize what you want. Like, try an association if you're having trouble with it. Like, this kind of turned into self-help, but try an association. Like, think about it. Like, when Kennedy said we want to go to the moon in 1961, well, that was a 10-year goal. He wasn't even around to see it, unfortunately. That sucks, right? But this stuff takes time. Think about your long-term goals. What do you want? What are you trying to do? Just like engineering. But yeah, Chuck, there's nothing, dude, with your job, dude. Work as much as you want. Because you like it and it's a freaking cool job. Now, I won't say. That's up to you to say what it is, but... Hey, Wiser, 20-month resub. Yeah, EJ, you go be your own girl boss. I'm my own girl boss? I don't understand what that means. Nice rocket. Come a long way since the original Condor. Plus, this is like next level Condor. But yeah. Rotate the camera, please, Hal. I'm sorry, Jim. I'm afraid I can't do that. All right. Anyway, so we were working on the MLV here. I think today we'll mess with another flight test. But what I want to do is start getting my second stage up and running and ready to go. Now, the second stage does work. It works fine. But there is some stuff I want to do. There's some stuff I want to get right with it. That and payload fairing attachment. I noticed that there is some oscillations from this rocket on the way up. There's lateral pogo on this, which is not ideal. Also, what I want to do is test holding the rocket on the hold down points here and see where the physics-less parts take us. So let's go here. Hey Harden, what's going on? Let's go here like this. Go here like this. I did put some temporary separators in there, which I probably will still have. I probably will just keep the temp seps for now until we design a mechanical separation system and then go from there. Oh, fun fact. I don't know if you ever knew this. Stanley Kubrick chose HAL as the name for the computer in 2001 because each letter is one before the letters of IBM. Yeah, I knew that. Yep. It's definitely easier than I thought. All I have to do is use your brain. Yep. You know, if you... Yeah, Chuck, just, tell yourself... I mean, is 10 hours that big of a deal? What else do you have to do? Do you like what you do? Then just keep working. That's what I do. Works for me. Works every time. Sometimes I'm tired, you know, like yesterday by the end of Space News, I was like 16 hours in on the day. I was just like, I'm not doing this today. But look at how recharged I am today. I chose to get some sleep last night, and it actually paid off for a change. All right, cool. So we do have the leg deployment mechanism. Let's start with a flight profile for this. There's the sequencer. We play the sequencer. All right, we're good. Force, bonk, 73 months. Thanks, man. Yeah, there you go, Chuck. Yep. Excuse me, one hop. Yeah, plus as much as I would prefer to just get stuff done and not sleep, yeah. Sleeping is pretty nice. Feels good, man. Plus, you get that thing done yet? You talked to me yesterday. I'm sorry, I blanked. Yeah, see? Just as I thought. Look. So check this out. The attachment points are literally holding on to the RCS balls. That's it. That is our only point of contact between us and the ground. The rocket is moving around a little bit. But can you believe that? Physics-less parts, man. Don't drift. They don't bend. Oh, I love it. All right. Let's fly. Let's see what we got. Yeah, T-Man. Day 3. Today, gotta go 5 days in a row, then 2 weeks of recovery before it starts again. All right, man. Get her done. Get her done. I'll be with you here every step of the way. I'm serious about that. Plus, I don't know about you, and it might be convenient for me to say this right now, but I've shaken your hand, dude. So I have a vested interest, you know? When you meet somebody face to face, it's different than on the internet, you know what I'm saying? All right. All right, let's do this. First flight of the day. Let's do some simulation testing. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good ignition. We got a good lift. This thing's slow off the pad. I'm testing with its maximum theoretical payload. program. Roll program complete. I'm gonna wiggle it. Yeah, look at the fairing. Watch the nose of the fairing. Okay, so there is some structural stuff that we got to take into account there. The top half is a little bit wobbly, but the core is staying very, 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 very strongly together. This time don't boost back the wrong way. Thanks, Chief. Okay, we should be hitting maximum dynamic pressure here. We could throttle it down a little bit. Yeah, Duffney, we're having some trouble with the attachment points between the fairing second stage and then yeah, look, see it? Did you see it do the wiggly right there? We can fix that. I can fix that. That's no problem. Okay, throttle it up. We need to get to a staging velocity. We're sailing a little bit low here. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, we're good. This might be a weird separation. Oh, no. No, we were good. I don't know why our control point was backwards there, but it's okay. Alright, stand by for fairing sep. Okay, now go back to the first stage. We are really far down range. We're coming down, but we don't have enough fuel. Yeah, I turned over too quickly. We have 280 fuel. Okay. Well, let's get the control surfaces all figured out, and now we got to switch back to the second stage. Is it better to boost back straight or up? Depends on the trajectory, S. Like, we sailed wide there. We sailed a long way. We sailed a long way in the wrong direction because my ascent was... With a rocket that boosts back, your ascent has to be steeper. It has to be lofted. Or, especially in Kerbal, because this planet spins so fast compared to Earth. We went too far downrange that time. This trajectory would have been good if we were doing a drone ship landing, right? But yeah, we generally want to fly on a lofted trajectory. My goal is to be able to fly that lofted trajectory with this 18 tons of payload, right? And be able to boost back and land the booster routinely. But it's going to take a second to get that done. It's going to take a second to get that right. Because, yeah, this is going to need a very, very high amount of flight testing, which is fine. But that's kind of part of the reason why I'm doing this one in engineering mode, so we can get it right. Yeah, see, this was a bad trajectory. See how our AP is only 113? I have to burn radial in to screw with my orbit a little bit, but I'm going to stop her. basically right there. I'm aiming for 100 circular, but I'll stop this so it burns back up. Let's get back to that first stage. I've been playing around with the flyback booster. Yeah. Why don't we build a drone ship? Mufasa, I'm not sure I'm good enough to land on a drone ship. And even if I did land on a drone ship, what would I do? Like, what would I do? Okay, so let's just say I can land. Let's just say I can land back on the drone ship. Okay, so I have a booster out in the middle of the ocean. How do we bring that back? Okay, now, all right, let me rephrase that question. It's not necessarily how do we bring it back. I could make a drone ship, I could land on a drone ship, and then I could make the ships that are necessary, or a self-propelled drone ship to be able to get that booster back here. Easy. I can do that. Now, the real question is, here's what I'm getting at. Do you guys want that? Do you guys want me to spend an entire stream towing a booster back just to reuse it? You guys don't want that. Don't lie to me. Alright, just because I want to see this thing actually land for a change. That wouldn't have been good. But I'm going to turn on Infiniprop just because. Didn't have a servo lockout. Yeah, that was bad. It's bad because the RCS was firing. But yeah, okay. Cool. Not ideal. The only way I would really see that as value added would be to cover space news while it's being towed back. We could do that. I might be part of the minority, but I really like those old capsule recovery streams where we drive the boat out for an hour round trip and fly it, and then fly it back to the desert launch complex. Okay. Cover space while towing the tower. What if something goes wrong? Thanks, Daphne. Yeah, the legs are supposed to be like... They're supposed to be like Falcon 9, but we had a problem there. The legs didn't lock. They didn't lock out, but I think that's just because I deployed them a little late. But see, we gotta... Fellas, I have to be able to get this right. I have to be able to get this thing back onto the pad every time. Every time. We can't afford to not do that. And when I mean we can't afford it, I mean we can't afford it because mission mode. Good morning, love the streams. Hey, Tech, thank you. Alright, so there was some lateral movement from the stage and stuff up here. I'm just using same vessel collision to hold everything together here. Now, let me take a look. Alright. I think drone ship adds a little bit more immersion for you and us. Well, difficult, it would be great content. I'm not... If I can't... Let me put it this way. If I can't get this thing back onto the launch pad every time, Mufasa, I'm not even going to bother with a drone ship. I've done it before. It's hard. I'll tell you what, fellas. I have a ship that has a flat surface that's sitting out here for left over from another project. It's not the aircraft carrier. It actually was a drone recovery ship. I made a drone ship pontoon boat from like, dude, like I don't think you guys would know what it is. It's been out there for years in this save. It's Condor 9 Sea recovery vehicle. That has a big landing platform on it. We'll see if I'll see if I can land on it. Okay, ready? Let's try again. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we gotta fly a little bit of a lofted trajectory here. Let's see if me changing the attachment, the way that thing is attached, is going to affect the weebly jeeblies. No, she's still wiggling. Yep. Okay. All right, we're gonna have to work on that. That's no problem though. This time without unlimited prop, indeed. Did you ever land 3 cores at Condor Heavy? I did it once, and it was tough. And the core stage, I did not land on a drone ship. I just plunged it into the water like CRS-3. Can't even listen to the Pokemon theme song on stream. There's no way it can be done. Don't say that to me. Yeah, see, this way our dynamic pressure stayed a little bit lower, but this is the type of trajectory that we have to fly on, which kind of sucks, but it's alright. Yes, turns out I'm decent at this game. Turns out when you play a game for this long, you know. Alright, we gotta push this trajectory out. Okay. This is not bad. Gotta get to about 900 staging velocity. Okay, that's good. We have Miko. How much fuel do we have left here? 941, 22 seconds of burn. I don't know why this thing is defaulting. There's something wrong with the control point here. I think it's because my stage isn't set as the root. My stage is set as root part because of how I put this craft file together, but let's just say Astra stage and call it a day. The control point was backwards, I noticed. See, okay, S, look at this trajectory. We're at 74 already, right? It's at 74. This does not require a radial up boost back too much, because we're already going up. We also don't need TWR here, because we can use the planet rotating around us to our advantage. So set it to 0 and just refire the engines. Our AP is high enough. If we wanted to boost the AP, that's fine. But with Condor, I always aimed for just above 70. Harsh but accurate. Yeah, guys, I like Astra, first of all. I like them. I like their grit. But, yeah. Over time, I've figured this out with Condor. If you have an AP that's just a little ways above 70 and you get your landing trajectory lined up relatively with the island runway, so right there, you should be good to go. Right there. That's fine. Now, this is where I'd go switch back to the second stage, but the control point issue is something we know about, and we're just testing, so we understand why that control point issue is happening. I do. I just got to route the right part on the craft file. That would not happen during integration because of vessel hierarchy and whatnot. So now, all right, we want the Condor 9C recovery vehicle. So all right, I'm going to try something that I usually wouldn't recommend doing, but this will save us some time later. I'm going to quick save. I don't like quick saving. I think reloading a quick save is a great way to break any craft file with a complicated system on it, like the landing legs, for instance. If you just have a regular rocket, it should be fine, but loading quick saves does provide inconsistent simulation. We've proven that, and that happens because of float point. Basically, because we're reloading the scene here and we're reloading physics right now, it will change it. You would get a different result. So, because we're just testing booster accuracy, I'm going to save the high fidelity test, the one that's not reloaded, on I'm going to use this one on getting back to the pad. Then we'll reload the quick save and we'll try to get it onto the drone ship. We should have enough fuel. Should. So, I actually don't like quick saving. I really am not a fan of doing it. But, alright. Let's go. I always switch to surface view here. Our control surfaces are on. Does it make any difference if the quick save is above 70 kilometers? No, but the other thing is I want to get my booster above 70 kilometers. The reason why is you launch the first stage, right? You separate. You start flying the second stage. Pop the fairing. Switch back to the first stage, turn it around, boost it back, and it's really important here to get your apogee on the second stage, or on the first stage, above 70. Because then, once you're above 70 kilometers, you can switch vehicles. So you could switch back to the second stage, circularize it, then switch back to the first stage and land it. It's kind of a juggling act in space, but it works. I've done it many times with older rockets. All right, so we're a little bit to the right here right now. So if I just let this thing go, we'd probably land right there. If you notice, I'll make the nav ball bigger. So if we look at the nav ball, right? If you look at the nav ball, you see the target indicator. It's a backwards target indicator because we're flying backwards, right? Hey, Alpha, 73-month resub. Will you be coding the landings? Haven't gotten that far. I want to, RJ, but really what I'm trying to see right now is if we can. If I would need to. I'm trying to see if this thing is easy enough to fly. I may have designed the margins too close to where a computer is needed. I've noticed that every time we've launched, I'm really skimping on fuel for the boost back and landing. We only have 6 seconds of burn time. So we'll see. But, okay, so look. This anti-target, the anti-target logo has a vertical hash mark on it. It's just kind of behind here. It's where my reticle is. And then the retrograde marker has a vertical hash mark on it as well. What I try to do is line those up. This is how I can tell we're going to sail right. Just a little bit, because if you look at my retrograde marker compared to the anti-target marker, it's a little bit to the right. So we're going to land basically where my mouse cursor is if I just let it go. But that's why we have grid fins and rocket engines, so we can steer in and land where we want to. Make sure you're set to surface indicator. Target indicator doesn't take into account orbital speed. or relative orbital speed. The fact that stuff on the ground is still moving because Kerbin is spinning. See how the hash marks aren't lined up? Now what we could do is I could do a supersonic retropropulsion. Burn and adjust us a little bit, but I think we're going to be okay. Now the key to doing a precise landing here is to get... Obviously you want your retrograde indicator on the target indicator, but you only want them on top of each other. You want them stacked on top of each other when your rocket is coming straight down. So you wait until the last second to do that. Generally, I want my retrograde indicator either on or just slightly above. I know that sounds weird, but you kind of want to get at the thing and then you want to get over the target. So retrograde above would mean we're flying this way. So like if we just kept going, we would, if we didn't burn and land and steer, we would just go past the target. And then when you get over the target, that's when you fire the engines and you come down vertical on it. You're gonna have to wait until your target indicator gets lined up with the top of the nav ball, and then you try to push your retrograde marker to on top of it. It's flying backwards. It takes a lot of practice, but it's doable. See how we're slightly above target indicator, which that's okay. I think actually we're kind of, I think I might have said that backwards. We need to be, it's been a while since I've done this. I think we need to be below it. But the booster has the cross range capability to get this done. Now you want to steer. I can steer, and now the hash marks are lined up, so I know we're lined up with the launch pad. See how the vertical hash mark on the retrograde marker is lined up with the vertical hash mark on the target marker. That's how I know we're aligned. We're heading right for it. Make some slight adjustments. Now it's really just a matter of waiting till the target marker gets overhead. All right, start the burn. Oh, I ran out of fuel. Damn. Oh, the landing legs. See what I mean? We got to make sure that that doesn't happen, guys. That's not good. That's not a good thing. But do you see how I lined up the target marker? I kind of stopped, though, because we, like I said, we were slight undershoot. So that means your retrograde marker needs to be below target indicator because it's reversed. You want to fly over the target and then go down onto the target. But even then, even with that screwed up trajectory with low fuel and everything, we still we're 200 meters from the pad, which is cool. Because even if I want, like, so for our mission mode rules, this is in the recovery threshold. We can recover within 2.4 meters, so we'd still get our money back for this at the very least. All my engines are intact, so even in mission mode, this would have been preferential to do rather than just letting the booster kind of go. Alright, I'm going to reload that quick save, and I'm going to hope that it doesn't break the landing legs. We'll see. 2.4 kilometers, guys. Alright, so the landing leg seems to be okay. Let's see if we can kind of bring it in. We still don't really have enough fuel, but... How did the second stage perform? The second stage is fine. The second stage is getting on orbit with plenty of fuel left. We have to kind of check. That last one didn't do very well, though. Because I know the reason. I'll fix it. Going for that JDM accuracy. So now look at our hash marks. We are underneath, which is what we want. Oh. We are underneath, but we're not going in the right direction. We're going over here. Now, we should be able to compensate for that. So, another thing to note is if you're landing boosters. So, you see the distance between the center line of the target axis right here and the center line of our retrograde axis. You want to get good at this? Those things need to be on top of each other. Now, when you're firing with your rocket engines, okay, because we're flying backwards, you'd want to place the vehicle orientation over here. About the same distance between these two on the left side of the prograde marker. So I'd want to be over here. But because I'm worried about fuel, I'm not using my rockets, right? We're flying, so the way the control surfaces affect a vehicle is the inverse from how the rocket engine gimbal would. So if I aim the same distance over here, that retrograde marker, once we start getting back into the atmosphere, should sail right over to the target indicator. Watch. So let's just keep this thing pegged right here. Watch. So the landing legs are going to start getting perturbed by arrow, right? See how they're pulling in that direction? Watch. See how much they're pulling in that direction now? Now, because we're deeper into the atmosphere, see how much the entire booster is pulling us in that direction? We should be able to make this corner. We can make this turn. I know we can. And look, it sailed right into position. So now we're still set for an undershoot. This is going to get laggy because this thing has a lot of parts. Alright. Now, once we're over the target, here, I'm going to try for accuracy, so I'm just going to put it on infinite propellant this time again. See what I mean? See how difficult it gets? That's really hard to do. Would chimes like Super Heavy work better for the glide rate? The legs are chimes, Boxy. What do you think the legs are doing? Why do you think I made the landing legs out of wings? One, it's lighter. Two, that's how Falcon 9 does it. Falcon 9's landing legs are chimes. Think about it. Dang it, another claim on the warranty. Hello, excuse me. We're trying to reach you about your rocket's extended warranty. Oh yeah, all the freaking RCS bearings are firing because infinite prop. Maybe hard for a human? Jack, I can do it. I can do it. I'm confident in my ability. I can land that thing on there. It's the last descent, the initial descent. You have to get your landing burn right, because you don't want to start hovering the booster. Once you start hovering the booster, it's really easy to pendulum it around. But see, we can sail the booster. That's fine. I burned way too early there. Good thing I have infinite prop on because, yeah, that wouldn't have ended well. Yeah, it's retro under. All right, throttle it up. Let's go. Try and land it. We're not over it. This one's gonna crash right through it. Nah, I don't want to hit it. We'll just go over it. See, once your booster starts penduluming like this, you're screwed. It's really hard to recover from this because your booster gets some lateral velocity imparted onto it. And that's not ideal. And it's really hard to recover from it. So let's just reload. We got to play the Pokemon theme tune for you to land. No, we need a new theme. The Pokemon one worked once upon a time. Let's try this. We'll try the We Deliver. I'm trying to get it so the RCS doesn't fire down there, but I should probably steer the thing. See? Yeah, Lexi. I can do it. That's with no practice, too. It's doable. You just gotta watch. It looks like we damaged the wing on descent a little bit, but that's okay. We're down. Are we not? Yeah, I'm the champion! I'm gonna fight you! Ba, 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 ba. Easy peasy. That was close. It was really good. Actually, it would be better to align to the vehicle. It'd be better to align to the vehicle on this axis. So if we reload, I'm going to try to sail out here and then come in this way. Because the target indicator is just past the landing pad. That could really work in my favor. What's screwing me up is I'm trying to line up the target, and the target's over here, and the landing pad's over there, so it's tough to compensate. But I was just thinking, if we came in this way, and we landed in from the top, it would work. Yeah, Prey, that was with me trying to fix the stupid RCS, but yeah, you're right. Hey, Canada Addy! Thank you for the 5 subs. I'll do it again. Let's do it. How did you manage to make a circular orbit with stage 2 and stage 1 at the same time? I switch back and forth. I can show you a full landing and descent if you want. Alright, I'll just ignore the RCS. Prey. Let's make sure the control surfaces are on. Okay. Once again, surface indicator. Look, see that hash mark right there? And that hash mark. You have to get them to align. You get them to align, and then you get your retrograde marker underneath your target marker until your target marker starts to move up. I'm not even watching the booster until the last second. I'm watching down here, and I have the nav ball bigger for you guys to show you. I can land these things precisely. It's possible. Alright, it's gonna piss me off. I gotta go into the VAB and fix all that so that doesn't fire. I have it set to infinite fuel, guys, but... So what we could do right now, Prey, is this. We could do an SSRP, and then... I'm going to try to sail it out here, and then try to go in and add it east-west here. That's going to be difficult, but... See the retrograde markers sailing? We're undershooting a bit. Come on, baby. Gently. Yeah, I maneuvered the wrong way. I might still be able to recover this, but once again, we have infinite fuel on right now, so this isn't going to end well. That looks just like CRS-5, which is kind of funny, actually. I made a bad correction, guys. We can do it. It's still good. It's still good. Dude, that looks... Look, I gotta show you. It looks exactly the same, which is funny as hell. Here, look. Look. No, which one came in sideways? This one, right here. disconnected. I love how the camera's just like, nah. My favorite part, watch. The COPV bottle rockets. Oh, we watched that one live. Oh, that was hard to watch, dude. That's right, Hip. Ugh. Ugh, that's so difficult to watch, man. You got some of it back. I was there for that, dude. I was down the street from Elon, no joke. I was not there for that. But also, that's cool, right? That poor barge. Yeah. Alright, let's try it again. Practice is what makes perfect with this. Don't think. Just do. Alright, look at this mustache. Don't think. Just do. I was at the first orbital landing, Lunchbox. Yeah, Orbcom 2. I was down the street from Elon. Seriously, I didn't know that at the time, but SpaceX Mission Control was on SR 401 on the south side of Cape Canaveral. Yeah, he was about, I don't know, 3/4 of a mile down the road. I wish I'd known. I would have just gone over there and been like, yo. Alright, I'm gonna pop that quick save right here while the RCS is disabled. So the higher up you are, the more you could do a boost back and landing burn here. Let's... So I did a burn to put myself over here. My trajectory is over here right now. We're sailing right. See how the hashes aren't lined up? We're also on a notorious undershoot, so we gotta put this thing over here. Well, this is not ideal. Survive? Nope. I made the wrong adjustment. We're flying backwards, so I was trying to, when I was hovering here, I was trying to maneuver towards the drone ship. I ended up maneuvering away. I made the wrong correction. That was me that time. But look, we're able to get it here every time. Hey, Valdonis, what's up, dude? Long time no see, man. How are you? I think a target node in the center would really help. It's so hard to orient yourself when you're hovering. Yeah, Prey, I mean, I said that already, but yes, you're right. Like here, what we'll do is I'll try to put one back on the pad. On the launch pad. We'll try to put it back on the launch pad. Yeah, we get the engine section back. Yep. See your last. Okay. Here's an interview with Curious Mark. Oh, cool. Right on, man. Alright, reset target. We're still lined up for this one. I'm going to set my authority angles on these to much higher so we can get more deflection from them so they work more like grid fins. Make the drone ship 4 times bigger. It has to be at least 3 times as big. Actually, PY, that one is freaking huge. It's not the drone ship's fault that I can't land on it. You know what I'm saying, man? Alright, we're on an undershoot again, so we're going to need to... This one's looking alright. Coming in hot, though. We're slightly to the left here. Nope, wrong way. I made a bad adjustment again. That bad adjustment is why I was 100 off, dudes. Not a bad landing, though. Sorry if I have this music on repeat, fellas. This is good. This is good focus music for me. Did everything lock in that time? It looked like, yeah, we got 4 locks. Excellent. This is honestly, this is a good enough margin for mission mode because this would be really easy to recover. Even if I had a vehicle drive up, take it horizontally, right? I could just back it into the pad and we could go again, no problem. What if you added a downward facing docking port to use as a control point? It wouldn't matter, O-Force. It's the type of control mechanism here. It's not the orientation. I've rewired it to be able to rewired my brain to be able to fly it backwards, not the booster. I can fly it backwards. The thing is, where I'm screwing up, and I probably should explain this, but it's hard to explain when you're flying. The maneuvers that you need to make to get the rocket engines to steer you, as opposed to the aero control surfaces, are inverted. So, like, if I wanted to turn, if I wanted to make the booster go this way, say we were flying, and I wanted to make the booster go this way, with the aero control surfaces, it would be a turn to the left, right? So we'd go that way. But with the rocket, if you want to go that way, you have to point the rocket engine to the left. So pointing the rocket engines to the left, it was a maneuver to the right. Now, I could, I suppose, invert the authority limiter. T's audio recorded. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. See, okay, here's the thing. I don't know if that's going to necessarily make it easier, O-Force. If I invert my control surfaces, so we set it to a negative authority limiter, it'd be the same for the rocket engines and the control surfaces and the RCS. Because right now, RCS and control surfaces are inverted to rocket control. Now, once again, I I don't know if that's the solution there. I don't think that that's the solution. And I don't think a forward-facing control port is the solution either. I think this is more of a process thing. I just got to hone in. But, like, I can hone it in. Like, dude, I can just land wherever. The cool thing about this booster is that, unlike Condor, this thing has great cross-range capability. The way I built it, the way it's hierarchically set up is much better than Condor's. In fact, on Condor 9, I had a large SAS unit up here. And you know what I was thinking? The rocket engines are inverted to the gyroscope. So anytime I had the SAS enabled and I was trying to land on a rocket engine, the control would cancel out. That made Condor less accurate, and it was harder to land than this thing. Think about it for a second. If I'm trying to land on the rocket engine and the rocket engine controls are inverted to my control input because the rocket engine is facing that way and the rocket engine's facing this way, control surfaces are facing that way, right? If they're inverted to each other, right? And I had SAS, that would mean my SAS is going against, the torque up here is going against the gimbal of the rocket engine. That would make the thing harder to fly. Yeah, that's why this doesn't have SAS on it. This uses physics to fly correctly. It uses physics for stabilization, like an airplane. So put the SAS down by the engines around the center of mass. No, Tessa, you're not understanding me. We don't need SAS. It is redundant here. This has no SAS on it. It has one probe core up at the top that has no torque on it, and that's on purpose. And that's why this is easier to fly. Elon tweet. Original Top Gun is a great movie. Just rewatch. Looking forward to seeing the sequel. Yeah. The sequel's amazing, dude. Yeah, dude, you just keep hitting your target within 100 meters. No reason to change anything. Well, I want to be able to do this reliably, and I'll be honest, Element, I'm using infinite prop right now, which means our ascent was caca. What we should be doing is paying attention to our burn times. Here, you know what? We'll try for this one again. I'll try for the drone ship one more time. Off topic, but Beam got an update. Yep. See, Tessa, now just a probe core for heading hold is all we need.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I burned way too early there. See, we would have ran out of fuel. This would have been bad in any scenario. Oh, it didn't go. It didn't connect. Ah! Physics screwed me that time. Just the way I was coming in, the booster pendulumed. It's why it's so bad to do that. You don't want to pendulum the booster around. I think, hey Taz, 47-month resub. Thank you. The R30 on this booster of freefall is really good. Yeah, Veltonus, I really paid attention to the arrow. I used the arrow that we learned from other projects to make this thing fly excellent. It has really good cross range. That, coupled with Kerbал's soupy atmosphere, really makes it easy to get near anything. You have pretty good cross range. Speaking of which, man, how are you? You, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine. You still out west? Out west, you know what I'm saying? Are you trying to get within a target of 10 meters? I'm just trying to get it back right now. I mean, I would like to get 10, but I don't think I can. I'm still here. Out west? Right on, dude. Cool, cool. Transonic. Okay, come on now. Bring her down. Slight adjustment. Golf clap. When we stick it. Landing leg deploy. Not the prettiest landing. 113 again. I don't know, Kuro. Maybe. Watch the lift numbers you're producing. Watching the lift numbers, you're producing more lift and steering thrust until like 130 meters a second. So I'm thinking more. Let's try it, Prey. Let's watch it again with the authority limiter up high. We also really got to time the burns, dude. I got to time the burns to get this right. We need a golf commentator for these landings, EJ. Looking for that par 3 landing. Let's see if we can get on the green. Oh, he hit it into the sand trap right on the beach. He's not going to be happy with that one. All right, Prey. Let's try it with the increased control authority. And yeah, for whatever reason, yaw control wasn't enabled. Here, let me drop another quick save here. So you should steer with arrow even with the engines lift until you get below that. Okay. Bet you can't stick it? You're on. To give the Covenant back their bomb. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I induced that on purpose. I steered it in the wrong direction just to see. But I tried it on one engine, Prey, just to see if that would fix it. Nah, the aero control surfaces are... Yeah, it's like a speed brake versus an elevator. Two different things. If they're not KS-25s, Zelthonis, they're skipper engines, not shuttle motors. Yeah, skippers, even less expensive. Yeah. Trust me, this is like Condor 9 killer right here. I'm going to try a single engine landing. I want to see where we need to start burning for that single engine landing. Yeah, the first and second stage have skipper engines. I'm thinking we might need a little bit of an overclock on the skippers. Just a little bit. We might need to increase the thrust. Not by much, though. Okay, hashes are aligned. Oof. Yeah, we should probably do 3 engine burns because the TWR, hold on, what's the TWR at? 5.6. Oh, that was before the booster contacted it. I steered away from the VAB on purpose, dudes. Hey, that's my fuel tanks up there. Dude, look, look, look. Or, you know, I just won't be able to turn. That's fine. I don't, gee, wonder what that aim camera button is supposed to mean. Huh. Well then. At least we made a strong engine section. Okay, so our first engine is... Yeah. Single engine landing is probably not a good thing. You just said you wanted to move the VAB. Yep. Alright, let's try again. Let me... I want to do single engine, but I don't think our TWR is... It says our TWR is 637. Which means we're probably going to have to start the burn way earlier. But that can't be right. How is that possible? Maybe Infiniprop is screwing with us. Alright, this one's gonna sail. I'm just gonna let it fall. I want to see if we actually have enough to slow this thing down on one engine. Our TWR is like it's 1.0, like right on the dot. Nah, there's no way. Okay. We gotta do 3 engine landings. Could be taking into account the rest of the engines that aren't active. That 5 number is wrong, and it might be because of infinite propellant, guys. I'll just do a regular 3 engine burn here. 3 to slow down, 1 to land. God, I love this thing pulling. Look at that thing. Oh, it's great. Okay, we're slightly under. Started that burn just a little bit too early. See this? This is a death scenario if we don't have infinite propellant on. This is a crash. It's a good landing, right? But you ideally don't want to be burning for very long. The less time that your rocket is burning, so the shortest amount of burn time that you can get to get from the rocket flying to on the ground like this, the better. You actually get more delta V that way. Why? Why do you get more delta V that way? Well, the shorter your burn is, the more time you're flying through the atmosphere, the more time you're letting drag slow you down. Higher TWR down here equates to more delta V. Believe it or not, I know that sounds ridiculous, but you have a decelerating force here anytime you're in the atmosphere. It's called the atmosphere. So the more we can use that to slow down, the less delta V, the less engine burn time we're going to need. Falcon 9 actually uses this principle. Block 5, the most upgraded version of Falcon 9, actually has less specific impulse than previous versions, but it has more TWR. They upped the mixture on those Merlin engines to get them to be more powerful, because SpaceX realized that more delta V, to get more delta V, well, not realized, they knew this. They just had to prove it with hardware. They realized that more delta V, you can get more delta V by having a slower burn time, a lesser of a burn time, with higher TWR down here in the atmosphere. You get more delta V that way overall because you're letting the atmosphere slow you down for longer. Yeah, RJ, that's not really what Falcon 9 does. Falcon 9 aims for the ocean and then kind of sails on to land, if that makes any sense. Basically what we're doing here. Something like that, Valtonis. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, Hypersonic, you got it too. Yep. I'm out of coffee. I need more coffee. Tim Bite, how are you? Okay, that wasn't enough, but alright. Okay. Damn, we bounced off the flagpole. Did you see that? Hey, Cloudy, how's the rocket development? Good. I'm messing with trajectories here. Not the mod or anything. I'm just testing stuff with the first stage to see what kind of fuel numbers I need to, like, land the rocket and whatnot. So we're doing some old school kind of engineering mode testing where we just keep trying to land the thing. I did get it to land on a flatbed ship right there, or a drone ship style thing. We did that today. I did that on the, what was it, the third or fourth try. Now I'm just trying to see what it takes to get this thing precise. I can get within the target most of the time. Sean, 20-month resubs. Are you going to automate the second stage so you can land the first? No, you don't necessarily have to. You can ghost ride it, if that makes any sense. Ghost ride the second stage. It'll just get itself into orbit. Or we can get it into orbit while the first stage is coasting back to the pad. Alright, so we got to get slightly underneath, right? And then we just got to come down with it here. Let's try burning at 2500. 2,500 didn't seem to be right. I let it sail because we were going to land right there. I let it move to the left. Okay. Hope you're staying cool today. It's 100 degrees here. I'm good. It's kind of cloudy here. It's nice. Yeah, it's not too bad. What is the easiest way to create a target on the ground? A flag? Yeah. Or just a part? Yeah. 2,000 even too low? I mean, Loopy, we hit the speed required for landing, so like below 30 meters a second, about 400 meters off. Now we got to keep in mind that it's not going to be that exact every time, because we might have a differential fuel load every time. We might have different, there might be a little bit more fuel, a little bit less fuel coming back every time. I'm thinking, let's try 2. Let's try 2. We'll see what happens. Damn, Death. Yeah. The legs are strong. Yep, yep. Did you see that there's a Halo Pelican in Flight Sim? I did, Snackless, and I flew it around on Monday. The VOD probably got nuked, though, because Top Gun music. I was doing Maverick activities. I got a 1.7 million on the carrier landing, dude. I greased the landing. It was perfect. The ball was right dead center, and then the circle was dead center. It was money, dude. It made me really happy. You're pitching the booster up to translate it with engine thrust, but the arrow is flying it out more until you're going a bit slower. You should point the engines down at the pad after you light them, I think. Okay. I think I made it in the top 4,000 SAC for carrier landings in the world, which is pretty damn good for me. I'm pretty happy about that. Alright, started at 2,000. Oh man, we're coming in hot. Oh, it's gonna be close. Whoa! Oh, we bounced off the fuel tank! Ah! What do we do? We bounced off the fuel tank! What do we do? We die! Not today. Not today! Oh. Okay. 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 That probably wouldn't have ended well in real life. Yeah, that probably would not have ended well. Yeah, yeah. I'll try it again, Loopy. 1 isn't enough to form a valid kind of test, right? We need a data set here. I also got to pay attention to my burn times because we have infinite fuel. Yeah, we would have had a 6-second burn time with this much fuel left over. Trying to land like a Soyuz capsule? Sure. The Last Starfighter is an awesome movie. Greetings, Starfighter. You've been selected to defend the frontier. No, you've been recruited by the Star League to defend the frontier against Zur and the Kodan Armada. Interstellar! It's one of my favorite movies, Greg. Alright, Loopy, ready? That may have been a little bit on the later side as well. Huh. Okay. Yeetus. Deletius. Home run! Yep. Is it possible to recreate grid fins? Control surfaces will do it just fine because there's no airflow is simulated in KSP. So a control surface would do you right. In reality, these things would just probably cause drag. And that's about it. Remember, the hypersonic grid fins, the reason why they look like waffle irons is because they're designed to break the air at high speed. Which is hard to do. A regular control surface won't do that. It'll just cause drag at extremely high speed because basically the air will just go past it. All right. When I see 2.1, that's when I'll give the command to fire those engines. Interesting. Yeah, Lunchbox, yeah, I saw it. Sometimes they pop out. I mean, keep in mind, guys, 2.0 is not always going to be our end-all, be-all, because we might not have the same amount of fuel every time coming back. But what I'm trying to do is, through practice, get that right every time. Hey, Pix, what's going on? Something to factor into the checklist, how long the landing legs take. They should, I believe, Althonis, I have that Cal controller set for a 15-second controller, which it probably should be faster than that, but here, let me check. It's a 10-second, yeah, 10-second deploy. Yeah, see, I sped it up because I set it to 15 originally. What is the current music? It's a music from an old NASA documentary called Iota 1. Where are those CS reaction times, bro? I landed one on the drone ship, RB. What are you talking about? Oh, I was late. Damn. Check your Instagram messages. No, send it to me through Discord or something, please. I already checked Twitter, I checked Discord, and I checked Twitch DMs during the stream. I don't need more. That's going to make my brain go insane. Dumb question. What is SAS? SAS is stability assist, basically. For this booster, it's a heading hold, Moose. Doom, if I'm going to check Instagram, it's going to be after the stream, dude. What was I doing? RCS is the reaction control systems. Those are the little thrusters on this particular booster. See these little thrusters right there? That's the RCS. In real life, they're the thrusters that a spacecraft uses to maneuver around in space. Yeah, Doom, that's just... I know my bandwidth, man. That's too much for me. That and Instagram is a huge distraction. I try not to check it during stream. Same with Twitter. Any level of automation for the engine turn on. It's possible. Ugh. No, Pix, I can't do that right now. Alright. Heading hold. I think the incoming angle has a lot to do with it as well, fellas. Oh. Lockout controller. Welcome, you've got mail. I mean, Loopy, we can always throttle down the boosters, but yeah. War Thunder won't let me Mad Dog aim 54s with Wonton abandoned into furballs, and I'm sad. We serve food here, sir. Are those homemade landing legs? It's my design, yeah, in Kerbal, Valtonis, but it's based off of SpaceX's... It's based off of Falcon 9's. It's the same kinematics, it moves the exact same way, and it does the exact same thing. But, Valdonis, I know in the past, dude, you've seen me try to make landing legs for Condor 9, and we couldn't do it exactly right. I have an ace card for making landing legs, for making anything. Launch pads, landing legs, anything mechanical, and making it extremely strong. It's called hybrid tech. Basically, I'm able to combine the strength of the old Kraken Tech hinges with the flexibility, not literally, of the robotic parts. I can combine the best of both worlds to make an ultra strong hinge. Sit in my new living room watching you on the couch. Hell yeah, man. That's cool. Whoa. Hi. Why are we still getting a lockout? Which one of these didn't lock? That's why. Interesting. Engine suspension. We could dig the dirt out of the end. Yeah, that'd be fine. I think instead of finding an actual time to do it, I might have to just play it by feel. Just watch where I am instead of just trying to do it at a certain time, if that makes any sense. Anybody see on quick load, do you see the Kraken tech freaking out? Or the robotics freaking out? Yeah, hybrid tech is preventing this from breaking every time. They kind of expand and they contract. Watch the next time I reload it. Booster is transonic. It don't get no better than that. Yeah, I'm just gonna play it by ear, fellas. That's the easier way to do it. Before we tip over, boink, 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 boink. Yeah, we still popped one crush core out, but that's okay. Yeah, throttling out is the right move. You got to get like an initial deceleration and then go. Is Stationeers for after Space News? I wasn't gonna do Space News today, Pythos, because there just isn't that much. And the latter part of this week is full of rocket launches, so Space News, yeah, later. Let's just play games today. If it's not too off topic, I got a KSP question. What's your method of reducing drag on planes? I thought it was just use the bicouplers to node attach everything, but that didn't work. Pictures, Vin. I'll tell you a way to do it. That was the meta for how I would do things a couple of years ago, dude. But yeah, no, I have different ways of building stuff now. MSC, I wanted to play Stationeers for after hours today, guys. Yeah, Van, post something up on Imager when I'm done with this landing here, and I'll get it to you. I'll get to take a look at it. You know what I'm trying to say. Sorry, my brain can't do two things at once. Dinosaur Man, remember? No, I haven't done that, Hypersonic. Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. That was my fault. You can barely manage one thing. I don't know how you manage to breathe and talk sometimes. Well, you know, you guys are, you know, with witty comments like that in chat, Tessa, you guys aren't making it any easier. You know, I don't go to your place of work down at the moron factory and tell you how to do your job. Hey, buddy, you're just blowing from Stupid Town. Ooh, bird. Sorry, man. Why would he make morons? It's a consulting firm. It's a consulting firm. Granite House, you've been watching The Boys, huh? Try to keep it clean in here, man. I'm gonna have to zap you on that one. Oh, I was too late again. Try to fly, booster, fly away. No, landing legs, help. Ugh. All right, hang on, fellas. I gotta focus. We're not learning anything by just crashing it into the ground every time. He's a moron, sir. I know that. What's his name? Alright. So, yeah. I'm gonna do an initial deceleration at about 2.3 kilometers up, and then I'll throttle down, and then I'll adjust the throttle accordingly for the landing. We really, I really need to see how much this is going to cost. I'm gonna turn off Infiniprop this time, and see if we have enough fuel. I don't think 6 seconds of burn time is enough, but I'll try to throttle it down and we'll see what happens. What I'm doing here is just basically trying to figure out, how much fuel I need in the rocket to get it back on the ground. Oh man, the center of pressure is way out in front here. This thing wants to flip around because of those landing legs, which is crazy. But the control surfaces keep it in line. The Griffins do work. There are times when the landing leg wings kind of overpower them. Believe it or not. I was too late again. Yep. Huh. 6 seconds of burn time is almost enough. It's just a little bit over what we're looking for. But the rocket, the core of the rocket is intact. We just blew up, we crushed the crush cores. That's what happened. Huh. And we broke a lot of other things, but yeah. That one's okay. More TWR? Well, no, we just need more fuel. So I think what I'm gonna do, fellas, is we're going to put another rocket out, a full rocket, and we're going to do another trajectory. We need, I would say, about 10 seconds of burn time for that landing burn. For context, we were actually messing with 95 spaceplane that he showed you recently. Ah, yeah, beautiful wings and rocket. Love it. Did he call it that? Please tell me you called it that. So what are you trying to figure out? He has everything surface attached, and I was experimenting with making more efficient. Did I see your last? I didn't, Pilch. No, I was trying to focus on the rocket, dude. What's up? What's on your mind, my man? Okay. This thing is not gonna fly very well. Van, does this thing like to flip over and then spin around? What is the formula you use to make landers and when to burn so you burn the least amount of time? It really just comes down to trial and error if you're using stock KSP like what I'm doing right now. It looks great, but you have Mark II fuselages at angles like this. Remember, those are wings. It looks great. No, 95 did a good job. I see what it's doing. Yeah, it's like Skylon. The wings are too far back. Root part is the Mark II bicoupler in the back. I don't know, fly somewhat decent at normal speed. Seems like he was having trouble with stability on entry. Yeah. Move the wings forward. Van, with a space plane, you don't want your center of mass behind your center of thrust. That's something that I used to say to everybody. That's wrong. That's for an airplane. The space shuttle is not an airplane. With a re-entry vehicle, you want your center of thrust, or your center of lift, to be right through your center of gravity. It needs to be directly on, i.e. lifting forces should not have any moment over the vehicle. You don't, this is what this is called. It's called a positive or negative or lateral moment, all right? So a capsule, for instance, uses that lateral moment to its advantage. The center of lift is not lined up with the center of mass on a capsule. It's offset. That's on purpose. So the capsule can roll to change the angle of attack on the heat shield. You can roll the capsule and you can steer the capsule in, right? With a space plane like this, it's a little bit different. You don't want that. With a space plane, you don't want the wings, which, think about it, you're not using the wings during re-entry, right? You're not using that. You're using the RCS to kind of keep it on an even keel. You use the wings later. So you don't want the wings screwing you up during re-entry. But you're not using the wings, but does that mean the wings aren't doing anything? No, they absolutely are. Get the center of lift lined up with the center of mass. But once again, I'll tell you, making the fuselages like this will absolutely cause this thing to spin out during re-entry. I can already tell you. Now there's ways to get around that though. There is. A speed brake and a body flap is enough to move your center of pressure backwards, right? Would you say your center of lift should be ever so slightly above the center of mass? It doesn't matter. It's pendulum fallacy. Synerd. Above could work. But generally with a re-entry vehicle, having your center of lift above your center of mass means your wings are above the fuselage, which is not... That's not really that smart of a place to put it. You don't want to fly fuselage first, right? Because you're going to create a lot of heat in the armpits of that design, so to speak. Whitcomb's area rule could help. Yeah, Grav, if we're talking about supersonics. But this is hypersonics, different. But yeah, you said that already, yeah. Okay, but what about drag? If I remember correctly, didn't you start using fairings to reduce drag? Yes and no. Van... Okay, so I came on a realization a little while back. Drag is not a bad thing. You know, just kind of the idea here is, oh, you want to make less drag. You want to make less drag. Less drag is just something, it's just a means to an end. It really depends on what are you trying to do. So, talk to me. What are you trying to do with 95's plane? Flying at 125 at 300 meters a second gets it like 580 to 600 kilonewtons of drag. Okay, what are we trying to do here? Talk to me, Goose. No, it's not. Signer, you say that. Oh, the shuttle is aerodynamic. The shuttle isn't aerodynamic. The shuttle's a hypersonic glider. It's a hypersonic reentry vehicle. It's designed to fly up there. At Mach 25, it flies great. You know, it flies great up there. Down here, it's just designed to land on a runway, and that's about it. It seems it's got more drag than it should, probably in part due to the rotated Mark II parts. Not necessarily. Those Mark II parts are going to create a side slip moment. All right, so if we look at 95's design, he has a Mark II here, right? And then he has another Mark II right there. And then I'm assuming there's wings down here or something, right? There's wings on the bottom, and then there's a wing up here. right? And then there's the wings off to the side, right? So what these are going to do, what these Mark II, that's the stupidest K I've ever seen. What these are going to do is they're not going to lift. They're not going to provide lift that is parallel to the force of gravity. So if the force of gravity is pointing down like this, right? These things are going to push up with lift. I'll use blue because they use blue. These things are going to push up like this, right? So that's okay. That's fine. But the second you rotate the entire vehicle, right, one of these is going to be susceptible to slightly different airflow than the other. One of them, if the vehicle is, say, rolled at 45 degrees, is going to be parallel with the force of gravity. The other one is going to be 90 degrees to the force of gravity. So if this whole thing was rotated 90 degrees, right? Like this, now what's your lift going to be? This one's going to be creating way more lift, and that one's going to be creating lift that way. This right here creates a lot of instability. So 95 said he's having trouble re-entering. Well, that's one of the reasons why. Now, I know that's not what you're talking about. I get it. So you're trying to reduce drag, right? Seems like I got more drag than it should. Probably it's hard to do. You're trying to make it more aerodynamic. So how would I go about building something like that? That's still balanced, but it does create some roll torque. Yeah, not paying attention as I see. As usual, Synerd. Yeah, I know. It creates rolling moment, which creates instability. It creates insane side slip. It's actually not balanced, but it'll want to do this. It'll want to flip out of control. I know because I had to do... Van, I'll show you what I got balanced. Here, take a look. You've probably seen it, though, but... Nah, Signer, that's not balanced. Because when you roll a re-entry vehicle, you're also pitched up. So that was just a static example, so bear with me here. So, Van, I got this to balance out. How I did it with this was with control surfaces out back, speed brakes. But... this thing is still really aerodynamic. Now, once again, and that goes back to drag. I have drag imparted on the vehicle in a certain way. It makes all the drag out back on purpose. So then how I did it, let me show you with the big SSTO. How I did it was I made fuel tanks. I put the fuel tanks inside of fairings. If you see, there's fairings here. I put them inside of fuel. I put the fuel tanks inside of them because the fairing, right? The fairing will impart drag on the fairing plate. So if I have this fuel tank here and it's connected at the back here to the back of the vehicle, that drag is going to be imparted back here where the engines are, which is where the real one makes drag. So it's not just about, oh, I'm making too much drag. One, where are you making drag? Two, what are you trying to do? So I put the fuel tanks inside of fairings here. Is that the Jeb killer? No, this is the pad killer. Hybrid tech would have saved this project, which is annoying as hell. This thing's a freaking monster. You want to see a beast mode of a vehicle? This thing can belt out like 30 tons into space and come right back down, no problem. Which is just annoying because I should have finished. Hybrid tech once again would have fixed it, but that's another story. So yeah, Ben, like you know, you say it's creating too much drag. Where is it creating too much drag? Where are you flying it? Were you trying to fly it up into space? Because I saw Rapier engines on the back there. Yeah, Jewsfot, I want to fix this. Just on a side note, but we do need to. I want to also make sure that we're making good progress on the MLV. Drag lines are off literally every single part. Okay, question. Hang on, let me just save this. And Van, before I get into that, let me make some changes to this. The changes that we just encountered there. That needs to be like that. And then the hybrid tech here. That needs to be disabled thrust limited. Disabled thrust limited. There. Okay. Save. All right, we're good. So, you said you had a bicoupler. Now I have a question. So, is the bicoupler your root part? And yeah, it's an SSTO. And just to clarify, my goal in all this was to experiment and learn how to build things better. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. All right, so you want to work on building technique. Okay. So it's not so... All right, Van, just let me get this... I'm trying to get on the same page as you so I can teach you the right thing. All the other stuff has kind of been supplementary to this point. But, so you're not looking to make the vehicle fly better or need to fix a problem with the vehicle. You're just trying to figure out a better way to put it together, right? Am I correct? What's that picture of? SpaceX getting ready to lay down some serious pipes. Okay, so 95 has the bicoupler as the root part, correct? He originally built it with the root part as the Mark II adapter and back, and then he surface attached everything around that. Alright. DM me the craft file, please. Or just put it... Is it on Kerbal or something? Yeah, I need to see it. I need to see it. Actually, put it on Kerbal Van, because this computer with Kerbal on it is not the one that I have Discord on. So, if you Kerbal it, that would be... Or if 95 has it Kerbal yeah. Just send it to me that way. It's hard to move stuff between the computers. The LAN is being strange lately. In the meantime, I'm just going to work on this here. Yeah, let you rename... Yeah, please do that. Just call it 95 airplane or something. Yeah, so, like, Van, like, you got to remember, and this is... Okay, so this part is still applicable. This is still applicable to what you're doing. So, building technique really depends. What are you doing, right? So, you just want to learn better building technique. Okay, you want to learn better building technique by trying to make the thing more aerodynamic. That's fine. Remember, good building technique hinges entirely upon objective. What are you trying to do? I would not build this way if I was trying to do something different than land this thing. If I wanted this thing, for instance, to be as simple as possible and not be reusable, I wouldn't have used these segmented tanks. It would just be three of the big tanks. We just strut them together and stack them, and engines down the bottom. Good. You got a nice, capable booster there, right? But I did a couple of tricks with the MLV. I used an isogrid, or what I call an isogrid structure. I call it an isogrid because it has triangulated struts inside of it. The reason why it has triangulated struts is because I'm reusing this booster. It needs to be stronger than normal. It needs to be stronger than just a regular run-of-the-mill Kerbal booster. Why? Parts in Kerbal bend. They fatigue over time. They absolutely do. But they fatigue over time for the wrong reasons. The parts in Kerbal bend and drift because scene reloads. Because you're literally reloading physics. Think about if you had a car, and every time you wanted to start the car, it dropped the car from like 2 or 3 feet off the ground. And, you know, 1 or 2 times, that's not going to be that big of a deal, right? 1 or 2 times is fine. But if you try to drive that car around every day, after a year, 365 drops onto the ground, that car is going to break. Something will break. The metal will fatigue over time. If it hasn't already broken, right? Think about it. If you're going to design something to be fully reusable in KSP, it needs to be able to handle that physics reload. And the physics reload is like dropping the thing from the ground. Or dropping the thing every time you come in. You ever notice that when you load up a vehicle in KSP, it drops to the ground? Now, don't get me wrong. That's only sometimes it does that. But the point is that you're shock loading every vehicle every time you reload it. So, yeah, dropping it on the ground basically. So with the MLV for my new mission mode architecture, with this thing, right? I want to reuse this first stage. So everything is built up way stronger than it really needs to be for one mission. It's built to survive a lot of missions, right? It's built to survive being reintegrated over and 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 over again. So that's why, like, for instance, I did these segmented tanks. You would think at face value that segmented tanks are going to be, that's more parts, it's less efficient, it's not nearly as strong. No, this keeps the booster nice and rigid. This makes the booster work more like a spinal cord. And instead of working against those physics reloads and drops, right, it works with it. It can compress because it's a bunch of different parts. But it also stays rigid enough to stay true as well. You know, think about it like that. The whole thing is basically designed to be able to slightly compress and decompress and not have it really be an issue. I designed it like that on purpose. That's something I learned from building the Freedom rockets. Okay, let's see. So it really, 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 really centers around what are you doing. The build technique denotes, everything is denoted by that. Bruh. Alright, so let's take 95, copy it. Oh, no, copy that again. Ships, SPH. Put it in here. Check the description, by the way. Generally, you don't want a lot of engines that are on back planes that are meant to go through re-entry. Put them on the sides of the wingtips so you can get the center of mass more forward. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and that's radially attached to what? And those have a root parts. That's a no-no. There's a lot of no-nos here. Ben. Yeah. Nice looking craft though. Looks sweet. Flags. So let me take a look here. So if I'm looking at this right, you said that that's the root part. We got that. Okay, cool. Now, yeah, so I actually rebuilt it from him in an attempt to reduce drag, and there was zero change and everything is node attached. Alright. Okay, that's fine. I'm looking at the hierarchy here, and I'm noticing some things. What is this part attached to? Van, am I looking at this right? Did you attach it to root? So You attach this part here and then gizmoed it forward? Am I looking at that correct? I didn't build this version, so I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, alright, I get you. So this is 95's original, I got it. It's a cool looking plane. I like it. I think it looks sweet. I like this, the bottom here. This looks cool. It's a cool looking plane. Don't tell him that. Just tell him I looked at it and said, bruh. So, Van, okay. This might be a problem, it might not be a problem. I don't know. I've never really tested it, but I have found that sometimes when your root part is in the back, Kerbal struggles to deal with the aerodynamics correctly. Also, I noticed that if your root part is something strange, that it does have the potential to mess things up. Now, let me take a look here. So you have pants there, he has pants there, and that's attached there. Okay, yeah, alright. So for the version I rebuilt, I set the root part to a front nose cone and then used a few couplers to node attach everything. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're trying to do. Node attaching can work, but you said it flies exactly the same. You set the root to the front nose cone. Getting it lined up was a nightmare because of the way he has the parts rotated. Alright. Okay. So everything is rotated around that piece, right? Yeah, okay. And that piece is attached to that. Okay. Okay. I'm just looking around. Let me snoop around here. Go ahead. Snoop around. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. What is this? Oh, payload simulator. Okay, I got it. It's a payload mass simulator. You're just wondering if I can make this craft file better. Okay. Yeah, no, I got you. I don't want to add anything, S. I'm still trying to understand how this vehicle goes together. Okay. I mean, alright, so anytime you're going to radially attach something or surface attach it, it's going to create drag. We know that. It's going to protect, like, it doesn't matter if that tank is tucked into the fuselage like that, Vin, or if it's, just pretend that this is the same tank, or if it's out here. Now, the angle that it sits at is a little bit important, but, like, these tanks are always going to create drag. And if I'm looking at this right, all, like, these tanks that are sitting back here with the nose cones are creating enough drag back here to get this thing, it's basically pulling at it from underneath. So this plane, from what I can tell here, probably has a natural tendency to do this. it wants to nose down like that, and that stabilizes it out, believe it or not. If you let go of the control stick when this thing is flying, does it do that? Does it go and then correct and then just kind of do this until it stabilizes out? It's got more drag than lift, if that gives you any context. Okay. All right. Okay. We use a fly-by-wire mod so it really doesn't go free. Yeah, okay. It is locked in, Hillness, yeah. Trust me. Yeah. Yes. It's locked in. Yeah. Yeah, it's locked in. Yeah. I don't think I need to say why. We're in conditional approval, Van. We close on the 29th. I'll have an answer for you then. It's just getting the paperwork done, but yeah, it's looking pretty damn positive. See, that tank isn't filled. Interesting. Fed just raised it 0.75. Yeah. Yep. They're not gonna, but yeah, Hillness, we have it locked in. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of the IOTA music just for now. Let's go over here. Let's get the Robert Parker music going. Alright, what's the wet mass? 74 tons. Okay, so Van, the hierarchy on this thing is kind of all over the place. So, once again, the root part is out back. I've never had much, and this is personal anecdote, this is me saying this. This isn't like an end-all be-all rule for KSP. I've never had luck putting this back here, putting a root part in the back of a plane. I've never had any luck doing that. For whatever reason, putting it back there, Kerbal thinks it's flying backwards. Which probably, I mean, you did reroute over here, but I've never had any luck doing that. So beautiful wings and rocket. Love it. See ya. Yep. Yeah, Van, so you were right in rerouting the part over here, like this. That's correct. Look at what the part reroute just did. Did you see it? See what it did? The hell? What the hell? What's that about? See what I mean? Let's put it back over here. Look. Oh. See what I mean? Having the location of the root part does change things. Oh yeah. Now let's see if the aerodynamics even work. Nope. Nope. Look at that. This is why building hierarchy is so important, Van. And this is the one lesson that I would say. It's not just about node attaching stuff. It's about having the right parts in the right spot. And that all kind of depends on what you're trying to do, obviously. Yeah, see that? And this gives you a much more accurate representation of what this thing would fly like aerodynamically in real life. You have a real, you have a real bad rearward center of mass bias. So this is the same problem that the shuttle had. The shuttle has 3 Mack trucks worth of engines sitting in the back of it, Van, right? So they had to find ways to compensate. We have a similar design to the shuttle here. It's similar. But yeah, see, that's not ideal. What is this, a Mach 10 project? This is one of my mods planes that he's working on, trying to work on his building technique. So yeah, see what I'm talking about here, man? Yeah, that's... Gotta be careful with this. So now, if I'm looking at the hierarchy right again, right? You have they have parts going all... 95 has parts going all the way back, and then attached to his root part is the nacelles. Now, Van, there's not really a good particular way to get around this aerodynamically, and the reason why is the Mark II fuselages. The Mark II fuselages are not going to give you... These things are hard to make work aerodynamically, which is why, like, in my... You never see me use these. SSTOs, whatever. I never use them unless I absolutely have to, because they generate so much lift. Because the game has a flag on them to code them as wings. Wings as well as payload. See, relative lift wing area, 35. And that's what I mean about the center of lift going up like this or up like that. Now, okay, what's the way to get around this? Well, let me take a look. Naughty, naughty. Naughty, naughty. No, that's... Oh, jeez. Naughty, naughty. This is my neighbor. He is pain in my butt. Naughty, naughty. I buy new step, he get new step. I buy new window, he buy new window. I buy television, he cannot afford. Great success. If it makes it any better, he keeps that front tank empty. Well, no, that doesn't make it any better. We have a horrible rearward center of mass bias, dude. Like here, let's even rotate this. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Do we need all those engines? Yeah, probably. 0.8. Jack, no. No, we really don't. What's going on back here? There's a flag out back. Oh, okay. Alright. The engines are to push past the drag and get up to speed. Try flying this. I mean, Van, it's going to be horribly unstable, but yeah. The engines are to brute force it. Okay. I'm thinking, dude. I'm thinking. How would we want to do this? I'm building it in my head, if you really want to know. Okay, I think I got a way to do it. We'll go back to flying MLV in a moment. I mean, 95 has flown it a bunch. It's flyable. He speeds up to 450 meters a second over the ocean, and then pulls up until rocket mode. Okay. I guess right around here is what we want to... Yep. See how everything is nice and even right now, Van? But you gotta be careful, dude. You guys are using MechJeb and all that, and I saw a bunch of parts on there in that fly-by-wire thing that's keeping everything nice and stable. Now, that's all fine and dandy. You can use that to get anything to fly, but you gotta remember that autopilot could be covering up design defects in your design. It could be compensating for bad design. Mechanical design is just as good as the guidance. It has to be just as good as the guidance systems that fly it. Falcon 9 is a good example, right? That's a good example of guidance systems and a very simple rocket design coming together to make something nice, right? All right, let's pause here. We're at 2,000, give or take. Total lift 619. Total drag 4.58. Lift to drag is 1.3. All that stuff is from you, I believe. Oh, okay. Yeah, Pythos, exactly. You want to fly a plane that you want to be able to. You ideally don't want to have to use a control surface to get the plane to fly straight. That's like saying you need to turn the steering wheel to get a car to go straight, right? You don't want that. Man, you want good Ackerman, right? Or else the car will go sideways down the road. Same idea. It's the same thing, but with planes. Pythos is right. You want to make it so you don't have to. You could just trim the plane out and we get it to fly straight with minute aero adjustments. Just book airplane tickets from Boston to Miami, cheaper than Orlando, to catch Falcon 9 and Atlas 5 at the end of June at Cocoa Beach. Wife and kids. Before I start 6 months of chemo. Oh, jeez. Alright, man. Okay, I'm noticing that there's a gnarly amount of deflection here. These should not be used for roll. They should not be used for yaw. I don't know if that's just you rebuilding it or whatever. This should get this thing to fly a lot smoother. Yeah, see? There's a little bit of instability right there. No, that's just the deploy limiter, Tessa. Alright, pause it. So we're at 7,900. Two tails, I got it. Yeah, Lunchbox, I kind of am figuring you need about 10 seconds of burn time for a right landing. We'll test it again in a second. I'm helping one of my mods debug one of the craft. Jeez. Yeah, we're sub 1.0 LD. That's no good. Yeah, okay, I see what you're talking about. Van, you should be able to make this plane... This plane should be able to do this with 2 rapiers. Not 6. But we'll get into that in a moment. So, when you're using rapiers, you want to level off right around here. Level off right at 70, between 7 and 8. Yep, there's that downward moment that I was telling you guys about. Yeah, Van, I think this is not necessarily something you're doing wrong. They're in symmetry, right? So you can... Yeah, okay. I don't think this is necessarily something that you're doing wrong. It's the hierarchy. The hierarchy is screwing this thing up. Because that root part in the back rerouting to the front, that's messing this up. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. I mean, Pythos, I don't even think it's the angle, dude. Look at this. Look at this thing. Wow. Okay, I've seen enough. All right, it's the hierarchy. I'm almost 90% sure that all this thing's problems are coming from how it's put together. But you also did stuff, right? And you built it slightly different, and it may have messed it up. But let's see. Yeah, Jonas, that has a lot to do with it, I think. Hang on, I got a message. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, more or less, Creeper. Yeah. Give me 1 second, guys. I mean, Jonas, you're not wrong. All three of these kind of converging like that are, I mean, but see, yes, but also you'd have high center of pressure here just because it's the front of the vehicle. That would happen in general. So, but I'm not sure it would happen to the extent that it is happening here. But yeah, this thing, yeah, it's crazy. It's ridiculous. I've never seen something fly that bad. Like, and I'm not trying to be mean. Like, this is, I think that lift to drag, my SSTOs, that flying panel box has a better lift to drag than this thing. Yeah, crazy, right? No, it looks cool. It's fine. Not everybody has 10,000 hours in freaking KSP. I understand that. I'm not trying to dump on 95. 95's cool. Okay. So I have a crap file where I changed the hierarchy if you want to see it. The only thing is I messed up all the part rotation when testing and overrode it a bit, so it's messed up. I see what you're trying to do. Yeah, I just need the picture, Van. Yeah. Okay, let me think. All right. Okay, so how would I do it? So let's think about this for a second. You guys were using a drone core, right? Okay, so I'm thinking. Give me a moment. What would be the right way to do it? Okay. All right. Get rid of that. Screw that. We don't want that. Like I said, I'm trying to build the stupid thing in my head. No, I don't want that either. Start with a 1-8. 1-8. No staging. Like that. All right. Let's go. Okay. If I'm doing this, guys, I'm not like, there's no psychic premonition or something stupid. I'm just trying to remember how that craft was put together in my head. How crafts go together in Kerbal is huge. That is the biggest thing. Yeah, I call it it's the hierarchy. That's what it's called. It's hierarchically how the parts are set up is so ridiculously important that a bad hierarchy design invites Kraken strikes. Understanding how stuff goes together in KSP is your key to beating the Kraken. Easily beating the Kraken. Like, no problem. You just got to know a little bit of how to build it. So, Van, I would start with a fairing plate here, okay? So, first of all, you had SAS, batteries, and MechJev, and God knows what else up in there. I don't know how that was attached, but it's creating insane amounts of drag. You don't want to do that. So, here's what we'll do. Just give me a plain Jane probe core. The hell with SAS. You don't need SAS with a space plane. You don't need that unless you're on orbit, in which case this thing's probe core torque should be enough. That should be enough. Don't use SAS to maneuver. Use RCS to maneuver around in space. Use SAS to stay pointed in the same direction. That's a good rule of thumb. Now, batteries, we also could do with some batteries. That's fine. So, I'm going to attach them to the interstage nodes here. So let's just attach right there. Shut off the interstage node. And attach the battery right here like that. Okay. That note, Van, that I left the fairing's front node open. The master attach point, the main one, so non-interstage node, I left that open. Okay. That's a good building technique habit to get into. You don't want your batteries on the structural hierarchy. Your batteries and your probe core are not structural, but you don't want a radial attach them either. Interstage nodes in a fairing is a good way to get around that. That's a much better way to get around things than like radial or using like the decouplers and whatnot to cover up the nodes. You don't necessarily need to cover up nodes. And once again, I said for the longest time, if you cover up the nodes, it'll be more aerodynamic. And that is right. But that is correct, but that's not the whole thing. It's how it goes together. That's really, really important. You can't beat the Kraken? Bull crap. Blit. Of course I can. Yeah, I don't think you had a proper RCS setup. Well, it's no matter. It's easy to fix. Okay, so 95's design started with the nose cone, right? He had I think it's actually an arrow parts. Am I dumb? I mean, probably. Don't answer that. Yeah, he had one of these guys. So that has a tiny attachment ball. Ian's like, well, yeah. Thanks, man. Okay. So then the problem is we want nose cones at the front. He was using nose cones to tie the whole design together, right? But also we were we have no way to node attach. Okay, so how do we do this? Let's think. Okay, I think I got something. Hey Nazalik, I'm doing okay. How are you? So give me this, right? thinking how we want to do this. Yeah. All right. Okay. Ian's like, anytime, buddy. Thanks, man. All right, so 95 had this 3 times over, right? With this, that, and then... Man, I mean, I wouldn't beat yourself up. This is a hard problem to solve. Yeah, it's difficult. I might be in danger of learning something, dude Quixote. Yeah, Kerbal building technique is my specialty, man. So, we know that the bent fuselage is up at the front is screwing with the it's screwing with it. It's not screwing with the hierarchy, it's screwing with the arrow. So, let's start by doing something like, oh, no. Something like this, right? And we have to find the center of mass of that part. And then we gotta key out of the mouse over. Is the center of mass of that part inside of the fairing? It is. Okay, cool. So... So, capping this inside of the fairing on the main attachment part should get rid of the radial. It doesn't bypass the radial attachment, it just puts it inside of the fairing. That should be okay. Let's just, once again, you really want to make sure that these things, because they're bent in, that's moving your center of pressure forward, is causing insane amounts of drag. You really want to leave that kind of like that. And then, I think 95 had mirror sim set up here. He was using mirror symmetry, right? And then he had something like this going. And then, if I saw that right, he had them angled down and in. Alright, so let's save. Now we effectively have done what a tricoupler does, Van, but it's inside of a fairing. See what I'm talking about? Alright, so let's take this to the next level, though. Move these out here like that. Move that in like that. That fairing was just a placeholder shape. Delete the fairing. Build it. Now, I'll be honest with you, dude. I'm not 100% sure what this is going to do. I'm not 100% on this. Fairing is in, but if you clip the crew cabin in, it's okay. Yeah, see what that's doing? This thing would want to fly. If we just sent this thing through space, it would want to fly like that. Actually, let me find exactly. It would actually want to fly right there. But that would have a downward moment, and it would just basically do this. So let's go in here like this. And now what I'll do is I'll make a marker here. So Van, a good building technique is making rulers. You make rulers by using 2 cubic octags and connecting the struts together. Alright, so I want the fairing to basically come to a point right here. So that's a good way to measure it. We could just take the ruler, and because it's struts, right, we don't need to worry about it because it's struts. The struts aren't collidable. If I have my fairing come to a point here, and then I take another ruler and another Lamborghini, and 47 Lamborghinis later, no, sorry. You just give me the correct angle for the fuselages, something like along the lines of that. Like you said, you wanted to work on your building technique. Here's a good way to do it. Tessa is actually the one that came up with this idea. So now, let's blend that fairing a little bit, right? We could put a crew capsule up here if you wanted to. We afforded ourselves that capability, believe it or not. There we go. The reason why we afforded ourselves that capability is because we have interstage attachment nodes on the fairing. Remember those interstage nodes? If we wanted to, you could take this thing, turn on interstage nodes, and now I know what people are going to say. That kind of doesn't look right because there's that little gap sticking out the front. Well, we have open nodes and we're inside of a fairing, so we wouldn't have to worry about it too much. We could just do that. You wouldn't even angle it. You'd put a nose cone on it. Angling it will screw with your control points, Loopy, but I like the angle. I think the angle looks cool. Now you really want to get trick with this thing. Get the offset nose cone. Now it looks like it belongs there. Pretty cool, huh? All right, so I do believe that's what 95 had, but I'm just going to take that out for a second. Keep it level for the right control point. Yeah. All right. So now I'm pretty sure if I'm remembering that vehicle correctly, and you know what we can do? Yeah, Loopy, actually, I should probably check it. Yeah. Alright, let's check for fairing. Yeah, that one might be a little sketch, Loopy, but I think we should be okay. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, cool. Yeah, get the I-beams out. Yeah, indeed. I just borked the hierarchy by setting an engine to a root part on that thing. It's pretty bad. But it's okay.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. Got a bunch of guys turning blue down here. We're breathing again. Yep. Yep. Accurate. Yeah, it's only a model, Loopy. That's right. I gotta go to an auto parts store and check on the battery, hoping it tests okay. We'll put you on in my car radio, so I won't be able to respond. Oh, all right. Take a voltmeter. You have a voltmeter? Just put the voltmeter to the battery. How much volts is it making? Set it to 20,000. Put it put the ends on the battery. You'll know if it's bad. If it makes below like 12 volts, man? Yeah, screw it. It's either dead or it needs to be charged. It was dead and sitting for a while. I have to charge it. Okay. Get the car started with the battery attached to it. Voltmeter again. Set it to 20,000 V. Put the positive and negative on. If it's generating 14, it's good. If you put the positive and negative on and you verify that the alternator is okay, you don't need to go to the parts store. If it's generating 14 volts. If it's generating like 11 or 12 with the car on and the alternator, you either A, have a bad alternator, or B, your battery's dead. It's already at the store. I'm going to pick it up. Oh, okay. Also, that's accurate. All right, yeah, throw me on in the car. Or check the VOD later. We'll keep going with this. Yeah, I see how 95 lined that up. Yep. Okay. Wait, why the hell did he do that? Yeah, I'm not rebuilding it that way. Loopy, you see what I'm talking about? So up here you have nose cone, adapter, straight part, and then here you have nose cone, small adapter, probe core, long fuel fuselage. Yeah, that probably ain't doing you any favors. And his... Okay, hang on. Banana. We're gonna do ours a little bit different here. Yeah, okay. How's your Wednesday? It's good, Novus. Everything is good, man. Wet dress rehearsal too, man. You ready? You're ready. Of course you're ready. Okay. All right, fellas. Yeah. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I'm doing this way. Because, yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of the other way. Of the 3 convergent nose cones. So let's make those go in a little ways, like that, and then make it go down a little ways, just like that. That's good enough. But yeah, all right, that should work. Okay. The return of Wings Wednesday. I'm fixing a craft file that Van was having trouble with. One of my mods, Ren. Hey, Paul, what's going on? Great. What's up, man? Do we have a provisional stack launch date? No. Wet dress rehearsal for SLS Lego. SLS is already stacked. Yeah, I think, Loopy, I think that's the problem. And Van, if you're on in the car here, that's the problem. The problem is that this vehicle, there's nothing inherently wrong with the design. It's just put together wrong. That's all. I really think that. It's impressive. This thing achieved a 0.5 LD at transonic, which is at 7,000 meters, this space shuttle is more aerodynamic than that. 0.5 lift to drag, which is, yeah, that's, yeah, that's not how that works at all. All right, so now we got to make the rest of this here. So we have a couple of fuselages right there. Okay. And I believe what happened here, not what happened, what 95 did was just here to soak in some Kerbal. Oh, all right, man. All right. I feel you. Thanks, man. Thanks for the raid so much lately, dude. I really appreciate it. You've been really doing me a solid there. Thank you. Okay. And then the bottom here has that. Getting used to KSP. What, in your opinion, is the most detailed, realistic shuttle mod? Component Space Shuttle is pretty good. But there's probably better ones out. Chat, can you recommend a good shuttle mod? Dak, I build my own stuff. I don't really use mods too much, per se. It's Shuttle Orbiter Construction Kit, SOC. Space Shuttle System. There you go. Hey, Flash Wolf, what's up? So, I do like this kind of belly thing that it's got going on, but honestly, I probably wouldn't. Ooh, yeah, okay. Loopy, this reminds me of some of the stuff that you make, where you take the 3 Mark IIIs and you kind of put them together to make the fuselage. How much patience... This could give birth to fix my terrible Fridays. How much patience do you really have, because you know people would deliberately screw up builds for you? I could fix anything, Caveman. I could get a freaking brick-shaped object to fly. I know, because I build space shuttles in game. I could get whatever, dude. I could make a tuba fly in this game if you really want to. It's just because the aerodynamics are fudged. It's really easy to get stuff to fly in Kerbal. Now, where I'm at with doing aerodynamics, Cavemen, is I don't build stuff to get it to fly in KSP. I build it to get it to fly in KSP like its real life counterpart, or like it would fly in real life. So that involves going and figuring out how the thing would fly in real life, and then after that using the hierarchy to translate that into KSP correctly. That's hard to do. Alright, so now 2 of those. Okay, so 1, 2. So Tessa, the reason why 95 had the deploy angle on here set to 93 is so the payload bay doors don't hit each other. Like that. That's why those are set to like 93 or something weird. And then I believe 95 had the payload bays. These payload bays moved out a little ways. So they wouldn't clip. How much are his payload bays clipping? Yeah, pretty bad. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey Ren, five subs. Thank you. Hey SBR, 95 degree here in Michigan and the AC just broke. Gotta love the Midwest. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Ren, thanks for the 5 subs, man. I appreciate it. Is that faring enough? Yeah, we're well in the clear on that one, Loopy. No problem, buddy. Wish I could do more. Hey, you do enough, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the support, man. I understand it's getting harder for people to support the stream, especially with what's going on and stuff. But yeah, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. And I'm not, you know, I ain't just saying that. Alright, so it's pretty trick, man. This is pretty good. Not too incredibly upset with what we've got thus far. Okay, so now there's 3 adapters going back here, huh? Use some narrow wings to blend that shape and it'll be mint. Yeah, Loopy, I was actually thinking blend this shape out and it should help instead of flags and stuff right there. I see what 95 was trying to do, but that's probably what we'll end up doing. But let me get the adapters and whatnot in position and then we'll go. So what I'm doing here, chat, is I'm helping one of my moderators fix a design here. This thing does not fly very well, and I have a theory that it's basically because it was put together in kind of a strange way. You know, one of my moderators asked me what, like, okay, what can we do to fix this? So I'm putting it together in a way that I think is going to fix the problems. So a lot of the times in KSP, it's how you put the vehicle together that's going to make it fly terribly. Like, one of the things I noticed with this vehicle here, with the BTAR, the BTAR for short, was the root part was way out back. I've never, ever had any luck with something that has the root part in the back. Kerbal, if you think about just a stereotypical rocket in KSP, the root part, the first part you place down, is usually at the top. Kerbal understands that. So you generally just want to keep your root part up at the front. So that was one of the things that I noticed is a little meh with this thing. So we're going in and we fixing it. So now the next thing I think that is back here is the divertless supersonic intake. All right. $61 square, 60. I'm just looking around at the different intakes. 74. Loopy, you have experience with these intakes? I agree. I mean, I'm with you on that one. I don't think we need this many. Those intakes are way too happy. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with how this is all set up back here. That's fine. Like, this would work. That's not the reason why it's making such terrible aero. The tri-intakes like that. I'd swap the top areas of space fans for just short Mark 2 to 125 adapters and put intakes on those. I don't want to, Belubi, I don't want to diverge too much from the design, you know? But we could. I mean, I probably wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do that like that. I wouldn't do any of this like this. What I would do is this. And this is pretty much what you were saying for the most part. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's way too much intake on this, and that's probably not helping it. So I was gonna do up some different stuff here. Okay, so now we need something to tie this structurally because the fairing is still the root part. But right now, how I have this set up right now, guys, if we just wanted to look at it with like panels and whatnot, I like to use panels for good visualization. So if that is the fairing up at the front, how I have this set up, the hierarchy looks like this. So we have our fuselages attached, right? Hey, Ice King Raid, what's going on? How are you? What game were you playing? Is it Ice You coming in from KSP? And then we have the nose cones like that, right? And then we have the fuselage going back here like this, but we still have an open node right there. Ice King, thanks for the raid, buddy. I appreciate it. So, what I would like to do is run a structural carrier down the center, and then we'll 3x symmetry like that, and hook that all together. That'll make it pretty damn strong. You were chasing a comet. Cool! Did you see the RFA released an official mod for KSP that has all the parts to build their RFA1? RFA. No, I haven't seen that. What's RFA? I don't know what that is. Rocket Factory Augsburg. Oh, okay, I got you. Neat. Hotel. Cool idea. I think it does, Loopy, yeah. Hotel. What you building today? I'm fixing... Van was trying to do better build techniques. He's in the car driving around right now. He had to go somewhere. But, yeah, I'm kind of doing an impromptu help session. What Das would call a help desk. We also need that center structural carrier that I was talking about. It can just be a girder segment, which is fine. Girder segment can go back here like this. Doesn't need to be inside of the payload bay or anything. Is there space news today? Builder, the space news cycle is kind of slow today, and we have 3 rocket launches coming up Friday, Saturday. So, yeah, I just want to play games today, fellas. I mean, we could talk about what's going on with space. I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, I kind of want to just play Kerbal and Stationeers and stuff. You know? So, sit back, relax. We could talk about what's going on with the space stuff, but the news cycle isn't enough today to generate an entire news segment, you know? EJ and chat, what do you guys think could be some of you's thinking maybe a crane for lifting stuff up on the walkway? I don't know. Stationeers hype. Stationeers for after hours. Yep. Yep. That's what we doing. I mean, look at you saying. Alright, so I'm just going to put some attachment struts in here for the main part of the fuselage here. And then just to make sure that the payload bays don't get too screwed up. There we go. All right. Loopy, you might be right with those big adapters, and that sucks because I just placed those stupid struts, but it's alright. How does that look when it's closed? Oh, that's not too bad at all. Perfect. Is this an actual Rapier SSDO I'm seeing in the channel? Yeah, I'm helping fix a design, dude. Van wanted to figure out better building techniques, but he had to go. He's listening in the car. Hi, Van. Don't. Hey, stop at that red light. Stop at that red light. What are you doing? Look out for the old lady. So, yeah, I'm just finishing up the build and seeing if I can get this thing to fly a little bit better. That's what Van's trying to do. He wanted to, I mean, we want to fix this thing, but he also wants to learn some better building techniques. So I'm just showing off a couple of ways that you could get this done a little bit better. Not even backseating, just blind driving advice. Drive better! Stop it! No. No, turn left. In 3/4 of a mile, turn right. What is EJ building? I'm fixing one of my moderators' plane builds. Well, it's a viewer's plane builds that one of my moderators was trying to fix to teach himself some better Kerbal building techniques. Recalculating. So that's the original build up here, and this thing does not fly very well. It flies. The space shuttle is more aerodynamic than that thing, which is very surprising, to say the least. But I think the reason why that craft doesn't fly very well in the first place is literally because it's not, it was just not built correctly. And that's what what do I mean by not built correctly? Like, it wasn't put together right. It's a fine shape. I can get this thing to work. It's not that big of a deal. But the way that thing was put together up at the top, the one I have highlighted, it was... parts were attached in weird spots. There's no concurrent hierarchy. And I can use this as a lesson to show people why. Basically putting together... You know what, Loopy? You know what we should do? We should put together the exact same plane with the fuselage changes, and we should see the differences. So, you know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to make the same exact thing, and I'm going to get it to fly. I don't want to make changes. I want to show that putting together with the hierarchy is the right move. Hey, Pace, what's going on? I mean, I'll guarantee you, Loopy, and you know this already, dude, but I guarantee you that with my redesigns to this fuselage with 6 rapiers, this thing will blow up. It'll re-enter on the way up because it has way too much power. But they were trying to power through the drag. When this was built, the 95, he was trying to power through it, which I understand. I get it, but yeah. But I think the reason why he was experiencing so much drag, not I think, I'm pretty sure the reason why he was experiencing so much drag was because of how the craft is put together. I think we can bypass it this time, and I'm just showing off some building techniques to fix things. Reusable MLV on hold? No, I was working on it this afternoon, JDG. We'll get right back into it in a moment here. There we go. I like this. Nice content. Cool Beans just jumped in. Yeah, no problem. We were working on the MLV. I landed an MLV on a drone ship. I landed one. We were practicing landings this afternoon. Like, that's how I started the stream. And I landed one right on the drone ship. Third try. Yeah. I was trying to show people that I know how to fly it. I can get that thing reasonably accurate. We just got to get the burn times and everything figured out. See, I'm curious. The thing is, fellas, just on a side note, I'm not 100% sure if this is going to fix these problems. I think it will, but at the end of the day, sometimes the design is just... Yeah, the way stuff goes together in KSP, it just doesn't like it. So, I just want to... I know it's kind of giving myself a way out, but I'm confident that this should work a lot better. Okay, so a good building habit to get into, guys. A good one to get into is to, you know, when you put the control surface in, say what that control surface is going to do. Do we need our rudder and our vertical stabilizer for pitch or yaw? No. Well, pitch or roll. Yes, we need it for yaw. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, my brain didn't brain good. And then make sure you have your deploy direction set so when you go to deploy your speed brake, it doesn't deploy it backwards. And now, in terms of authority limiter, we don't need a lot of authority for yaw. You really don't need a lot of yaw control with most planes. That's just mostly to just keep it flying straight. Oh, you know how to fly? Lies. Yeah, I know. Okay, so let's go in here like
Discovery,
this.
go and throttle up.
Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me, Goose. I love that movie so much, Gary. It's so bad. Like, oh man, it's such a good flick, too. I like the new one. That's what I'm talking about, Ren. I think the new one is a better movie. There, I said it. So, here's a good trick to learn. So check this out. So 95 has a flag back here. Flag is a physics-less part. Shouldn't be a big deal. You could do that. And, you know, I probably will do that, but another thing that you could do, this is what I used to do before we had flags. Take a nose cone, right? The nose cone. It's at the back of the hierarchy, so Kerbal is going to think this part is flying backwards. If you rotate it around, Kerbal doesn't know the difference. Take that, put that there, you get a nice flat back. But 95's using flags, so... we will use flags as well. You can use flags out back. That's totally okay. It's a physics-less part. It's not going to make that big of a difference. If they did the same with Days of Thunder, is NASCAR even the same as the times when Days of Thunder was a thing? Is it even the same? I mean, yeah, I guess, but... you could do that too, Ren. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Not at all, which is why it would work, to be honest. Interesting. Okay, when you put it that way. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I've been told that Top Gun Maverick is the Terminator 2 of movies. It's better than the first. It is. It is, Crash. Yeah, no, it's better. That's from me. You know I'm very particular about that stuff. It's better. It's a better movie. Straight up. Okay, so... is it true that Tom Cruise himself rode that fighter jet and didn't use any double? They all did, Don. That's what makes Top Gun Maverick better. Every actor, every actress that is a pilot in that movie was flying backseat in an F-18, and they were actually doing the maneuvers that they were doing in the movie in real life. It was an extremely expensive movie to make. There's no soundstage here. You see the actors flying around. You see Tom Cruise flying around, and they pull a maneuver where they fly up like this, and they're pulling like 6G sustained, and they're like, That's actually happening. That's why Maverick is better. It is awesome. All of them like moving around in the cockpit, trying to reach for stuff. That's all real. It's all them flying around. They're not flying the plane. They're flying back seat, but they modified an F-18 to make the back seat look like the front seat to make it look like they were flying. Straight up. Maverick is the coolest movie ever. It is it is immediately up there in my top 5. Oh yeah, go and see it. Trust me. And don't get me wrong, it's corny, the plot is ridiculous, it's crazy over the top, but so was the first Top Gun. It's stupid. The plot makes no sense. But it's a Top Gun movie. Who cares? You get to see people flying around in F-18s up close for like 2 hours. It's fantastic. I always thought Space Jam was the coolest movie. Guess that has to change. Space Jam. Jeez. Gary, you flew with a guy that was a lead flight director for the movie a couple weeks back. He had some awesome stories. Yep. Yeah. But yeah, it's amazing. Top Gun Maverick is my favorite movie. That's my favorite movie currently, and it is easily in my top 5 all time. It is one of the gnarliest movies ever made. Pretty sure every reaction... oh yeah. Yeah. No, they're all flying around. They're all looking around in the cockpit. One of the guys plays a Wizzo in the movie. I'm not going to say it, and there's no spoilers. But so the 2-seater F-18, you have a pilot. The 2-seater Super Hornet. You have a pilot and you have a second seat. The second seat is a WSO, a weapons service officer, or just a Wizzo is what it's called. The Wizzo is designed to laze targets for other planes, or basically paint a target so a missile can go and find it or something. And he basically is the guy that controls all the weapons on the F-18, and the pilot flies it, right? That's a little different than Top Gun. Top Gun, the first one, the F-14, the F-14 second seat isn't a weapons service officer. It's a radar intercept officer, or RIO for short. Basically, guys looking on the radar, looking for scopes, looking for other planes. Radar intercept. Because the F-14 was designed to fly low and fast, go and blow something up, and then come home. So while the pilot's focusing on flying, the RIO is focusing on making sure no one's coming to get them. Which, if you watch the first movie, you'll learn all about it. But yeah, the Wizzo's moving around. The guy that's playing the weapons, one of the weapons officers, he's walking around. He's looking at the cockpit, looking around, trying to find other planes, and the other planes are flying in the background. Right? That's all real. It is all 100% real. This movie was ridiculously expensive to make. But once again, it's on another level, dude. It's on another level. Did Remo like it? Yeah, she loved it. Yeah, she thought it was amazing. She thought it was an amazing flick. She's like, usually when we watch a movie like that, Bauxy, I'm usually like, anything that has to do with space or something, provided it was a good movie, I'm like, man, that makes me want to do space things. And Remo's like, yeah, okay. Yeah. Right? I'm like, we walked out of the theater, I'm like, man, this makes me want to fly planes. Remo was like, yeah, you should do that. I'm like, what? Yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, guys, it is easily in my top 5 all time. It's right up there in terms of nuts with, like, just great movies with, like, The Fifth Element and stuff. It's no joke. That movie, like, I saw it on Sunday. I'm still riding that ridiculous hype of the movie. It's unbelievable. The F-14 was also designed to shoot down bombers and cruise missiles over the horizon as a carrier group battle defense, from back when they were concerned about flocks of bears and backfires trying to saturate the group's missile defenses. Dude, there were straight... When I watch movies, guys, I sit there and I try to be quiet and I just try to watch the flick. There were times in that movie where I was like, yeah! Yeah! Oh, that's awesome! Yeah, go! Like Falcon Heavy screaming at... I wasn't screaming. I was doing it silently because you scream in the theater, you're going to get kicked out. Right? But at the times where I was like, yeah, get some! Woo! You know, like... dude, it is a thrill ride. It's amazing. IMAX 3D, you should. Boston Man growls that movie. Yep. Yeah, baby! Yeah, straight up. I'm not ashamed to say it. It was like Falcon Heavy hype. That whole movie is legendary. That Top Gun Maverick will be studied in film school as one of the gnarliest filming, like one of the gnarliest movies of all time. I'm serious. That is like Godfather tier. It is unreal how good that movie is. Can you please explain what happens in the movie? Bombo, I don't want to spoil anything. I'll shoot you a DM. Okay, I'll shoot you a DM here. Oop, I hit the enter button too early. Yeah, Bombo, does that make sense? I shot you a private message on Twitch. Hey Racer, I saw an article today where the Dark Star takes off over Ed Harris and yeah. Yeah, Bombo. See, this is okay, Bombo. I won't spoil anything, fellas, but between you and me, dude, everything that they do in the plane after spoilers happens is right. That is what you do when that happens. That's correct. That's what makes that movie cool. Like, I know a lot about this stuff. I know a lot about planes. I know a lot of how they work. That is correct. All the procedures were right. And they're, like, trying to figure out the problem and trying to do this, trying to do that. I won't say what or where or when, but that's all correct. That's the cool part. I've been blessed with 3 rides in jet fighters and in different planes. That's cool. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, that movie it's one of my all-time favorites. Dude, like, every once in a while a movie comes out that is so ridiculously good, I don't even want to watch it again. Because I'm worried if I watch it again, it might not be as cool as the first time that I watched it. Does that make sense? I don't want to watch Maverick. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it again because, like, the first time I watched it blew my mind so much. I'm just like, this is the best movie ever, dude. But then again, on the other hand, I kind of do want to watch it again. So, you know. Yeah, Nighthound for the most part. Yeah, Don, man. Sometimes, dude, you just let it sit on its own. Like 1917, Brimo and I watched that movie in the theaters, and it stood on its own. I don't need to watch it again. It is an amazing flick. 1917 was gnarly, dude. It was unreal. Oh, that's cool, Bombo. Alright, cool. Well, that's good to know. I can't get over the first scene and how unrealistic it was. It's a Top Gun movie, homing pigeon. Who cares? Yeah, I'm willing to throw it aside just because it's a Top Gun flick, because that continuity has been established. Top Gun movies aren't the most realistic movies around, right? So, because the framework has the continuity for the movie was established that way, I don't have a problem with it. All right, so now wings. How are the wings attached? What are they attached to? Okay. They're attached to the adapter down there, and so is that. Okay. Alright. Yeah, Lenprod, that would be cool. 1917 was gnarly, Blue, but we saw it in IMAX, so maybe... Dude, I wasn't hype about the end of 1917 like I am for Top Gun. I walked out of the theater after seeing 1917 with a 1,000-yard stare, if that makes any sense. I was like, I had no words. I'm just like, frick. Stuff like that actually happened in real life. Ooh. Whoa. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Similar ending to Fury? Yeah, kind of. Okay, but about planes, did you see that they released this to Microsoft Flight Simulator? Oh, Model 18. Cool. No, I didn't, but yeah, that's really neat. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's get back into fixing this. But I go see Top Gun in the theater. Trust me. Just do it. You will not be disappointed. Like I said, one of the gnarliest movies ever made. Ever. Yeah, Blue. Exactly. Like that. Yep. I'm worried to go watch it again because, yeah, no, it made me, like, physically uncomfortable. Better than the original? Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Jack. And that's, dude, that's me. That's me talking to you. I'm not some hype beast, dude. I hate that kind of crap. But seriously, this movie's the real deal. It's unbelievable. Like, honestly, close as you can get to a 10 out of 10. The only thing that brings it down is the plot, but it's a Top Gun movie, so who cares? Alright. I think I got most of this figured out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the stand-in model. And then we're going to go here. Yeah. Yeah. See? See what I'm talking about? I can already tell you this thing will fly better. Did you watch the Xbox video about Flight Sim in the Smithsonian? They want to bring more planes into Flight Sim, and they hinted at the shuttle. Good. How about we do that in real life, man? Fun fact, Lockheed Skunk Works helped design the Dark Star. Oh, I know. Yeah, helped design it, implying it's a fictional vehicle. Alright. Okay. Now that one, the strake I want attached to there. That thing exists. I'm sold, honestly. Just won't know for another 30 years. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty much there with you. I'm like, are you sure? Never mind. I don't want the wings attached like that. We'll attach the strakes this way. Oh, nope, that's not attached to the right part. The strake should not be highlighting when we attach the payload bays. That means it's attached to the wrong thing. And this is what I mean about making sure that you're attached in the right spot. Got to make sure it's attached, because these wings were attached to a payload bay. Payload bays are not very structural because they're hollow mostly inside because it's a payload bay. So be careful with that stuff. That's what I mean about good building technique. You really have to make sure that you know what you're attaching stuff to. Just bought my weekly pass to EAA. Nice, Acton. 13.5 hours flying from Jersey out to Wisconsin for a show, then Michigan and a few stops back. That's cool, man. Oh, what the hell happened here? What's this vehicle? It's a vehicle that It's a vehicle that I'm working on to teach better building techniques. It's a vehicle that one of my moderators was trying to fix. Or, well, not fix, it works, but trying to make better. So think of it like we got a little bit of a help desk thing going today. Remember DOS's help desk from back in the day, dudes? I miss the old boot camp and help desk streams. So, if you're building a vehicle with a payload bay, guys, a good idea is to make sure that the center of mass of the vehicle is more or less in the center of the payload bay. Why? So when you take stuff down, if you want to take stuff back down with you, it doesn't matter. If I have the payload bay mass here, and I make an attachment point here, and I have another docking port on the center of mass of a payload that's coming back down, you just throw it in the payload bay, provided it fits, close it, and then your center of mass doesn't change. That's a good building habit to get into. But, yeah, I think we're good here, believe it or not. There is another tank down here on the original design. That's this. It's one of these guys right here. And it's like hanging down the bottom like this. For a reason. I think that's just probably because they needed more fuel. 95 probably needed more fuel in his design. I don't think we need that. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't think we need it. Was the shuttle center of mass in the middle of the bay? No. Compromises needed to be made, Hip. The shuttle center of mass is... So, if this is the shuttle's payload bay, that's a good question, man. This is the payload bay. The center of mass was centered on the latter half of the payload bay. It's right there. Because there's only so many things you can put onto the front of your vehicle here before A, it's too heavy, and B, you're trying to counterbalance the 3 shuttle engines hanging out back. So the shuttle does have a rearward payload bay bias, but the shuttle engineers were smart. They made it so the payload bay had configurable attachment points. Basically, the attachment points for payloads inside of the shuttle bay, there's rails going down the sides of the shuttle's payload bay. And you could basically unlock it and attach the payload point somewhere else, depending on size and shape of payload. Yeah, you could just move the hooks around, which is actually really cool. It's really smart. I firmly think that Starship is going to need something like that, but that's just me. I don't think SpaceX is even thinking about how they're going to put the payload bay together, other than the Starship dispenser that they have, you know? Jim just got out of a meeting. Is this a new shuttle? This is me fixing a moderator's... a moderator wanted to fix a viewer's vehicle. and they were looking for better building techniques, Jim, and I honestly thought it would just be better to just make the stupid thing. Just remake the stupid thing than trying to troubleshoot the craft file, if that makes any sense. So this isn't anything I'm doing necessarily for my mission mode or anything. Consider this more of like a help desk, like old school DOS streams. I'm going to use this to teach another building technique. This building technique is hard to master, but it's one of the coolest things that you can do for making cool advanced stuff in stock. This building technique that I'm about to do is called wing test. I call it wing tessellation. So with wing tessellation, right, you put two wings like this. Put two wings together like that, and then make sure that the wing basically takes up the same amount of space as one of these. There you go. So save this. Now watch. Here's what we're gonna do. So a flat wing isn't going to do it. It's going to clip right here. So here's what we do. So we take this wing and then we move it up into the position that we want, right? And then, right? Then you kind of rotate it down so the point on this part of the triangle is basically meeting up with the original spot. Right there. See how it lines up with the first triangle? Then take it and then use just fine rotation to rotate that into position. Now, this might require a little bit of fine tuning here, which is okay. That just means we didn't get our rotation right. So do that. So see how I put the two triangles together and use them to make a convex surface? That's wing tessellation. Wing tessellation is very, very useful for making complicated plane shapes. Now if we just move it into position a little ways, then we take this piece and, you know, maybe we can move that down a little bit. Like that. I mean, we got a little bit of a gap right there, but that's no problem. Now, I take another wing piece. And then we can take that and just move it up like this. And that more or less bridges out that gap. We could fine tune this to really make this look right if we really wanted to. But I don't think we should spend too much time on it. I gotta say, this new format brings up some memories. Thumbs up. Oh, alright, right on. I'm glad you like it. Now, if we did really want to make that look not stupid, we could take one of these. I'm glad you guys like it. It's fun. It's fun. You know, we were messing with the MLV, and, you know, I was like, you know what? I'll do a troubleshooting stream. It's fun. It's enjoyable. So I did. There we go. Yeah, see, now we're starting to get a nice blended shape down here. That's starting to look like a re-entry vehicle. See what I'm talking about? Not bad. Been working on this train car model since this morning. It looks good, Limprod. You did a good job. The frick is this? Help desk, baby. Help desk, baby. Now, here's the thing. You know, I love wing tessellation, and it's a great building technique. But my original goal here was to basically build the same exact vehicle. Right? My original goal was to build the same exact vehicle and get it to fly better with almost the exact same thing. So, as cool as that is, we'll get rid of it. Trust me. I'm going to try to do very, 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 very slight modifications here and there. So 95 had his wings back here on his design. Something, I think it was something like that. And then guy had that fuel tank out back, which and then I think he had yeah, I don't like the orange. So we'll do the Prove It and It Works rebuild, and then we can do a Pimp My Ride special. Yeah, Loopy, I think that would probably be a good idea. And once again, the point is to show that hierarchy makes all the difference in the world, and it absolutely 100% positively does. I'm so worried about the center of mass getting all screwed up. We have a horrible rearward bias now. But we'll see. We'll see what it does. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to shoehorn this landing gear as far forward as I possibly can. Because, yeah, we really gotta work. We're really worrying about mass here. This is not ideal. because we're really back heavy, but it's okay. Let's turn on deploy shield enabled. Steering is enabled. Lock out the steering on those because we don't need them. And now here we want pitch for that one. And our deploy threshold does not need to be 25. Same with this one. This one needs to be even less. Just 5 and set that to roll. That should be enough pitching moment to get us where we need to go. So what you're saying is she got a big rear. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. We also got to take into account that our fuel might shift. So, what does this look like when we're out of fuel? Just out of curiosity, where does the bias go? Because it will go in one direction or the other. That's your no-no. What does deploy shielded actually do? It allows the landing gear to be deployed when it's inside of a payload bay. Hopefully, man, I hope there's something back here that has fuel in it. Oh dear. And see what I mean? All these problems with the vehicle are being exposed because we chose to make it a little bit different. It all has to do with how the vehicle came together. You would not have seen these problems with the other vehicle because of the way it's put together, because the root part was out back. See what I'm talking about? That's why I was like, maybe we shouldn't put that tank there. This thing will... Here, let's rotate it. This thing will get very difficult to fly. Will you need 6 engines without the drag? Probably not. No, I don't think so. One thing I am going to do is put a strut right here. And then I'm going to bury the strut inside of the wing. So you don't see it. See how I attached it, and I know what it's attached to, but I gizmoed it out of the way, just so you don't see it. It looks tricked that way, and it's very strong. Wednesday is our wings night, yeah. Yeah, that's prime for wing tessellation right there, but... Please hold. I think 95 was making an SSTO here, Ivan, yeah. But that's not good at all. like I said, I really hope there's something like a fuel tank that I missed, or else we're gonna have a really bad day here. We're gonna have, this thing will not fly very well when it's out of fuel. But once again, you wouldn't see any of these problems. All these problems would have never been exposed if it wasn't for the hierarchy and whatnot. Hey, Ray, shoot, you came in here, said hi to me, and rated me all in one day? Damn, dude. I appreciate it. To be fair, not many planes fly well without fuel. I understand what you're saying, but I disagree, but I also understand what you're saying. Christian, I understand what you're saying. I disagree, but yeah, no, I know what you mean. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be an issue. I might want to keep I mean, dude, even putting those tanks up there is not gonna do anything. We have a, like I said, horrible rearward bias. Sure, Evan, yeah. Ray, thanks for the raid. What was Paul Scambates up to today, guys? Yeah, terrible rearward center of mass. The bias is really bad. Okay, anyway, sorry, I had a message come in. Had to go check it out. Let's see. I mean, we could always go take the plane for a spin and see what it does. I'm not sure we're gonna get very far with this though. And I don't have the flags down here to kind of keep that, like, fix that shape, but that's okay. You know what? Let's just go with it. The flags wouldn't change much with the arrow anyway. Did you check the big S parts for fuel? Nah, he had them loaded up in his design. But once again, if this is going to do what I think it's going to do, I don't think we need fuel in here. In fact, I don't even think we need fuel in those tanks either. But we'll check it. Alright, let's see what she does. Is an empty payload bay heavier than a fuel tank when they're both empty? I think the payload bay is heavier, if I'm remembering correctly.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright, let's see. Let's see what she does. Let me just check some parts here. Did any of this stuff ever end up getting occluded? Some of it did. That is, but those ones didn't for whatever reason. Even though they're centered in... Yeah, I said it would be close. Okay. Alright, let's see what this sucker does. Let's turn on the arrow and... Ready? Yep. Yeah, those fronts not occluding is really messing me up. This thing's gonna nose into the ground. Okay, be careful. Yeah, Tessa, I wanna go up to 7,000 and then goose it and then see if it gets 0.5 LD. I'm pretty damn sure this is already better, just by how it took off the runway. The thing is that the bottom fuselage got occluded here, but the top ones did not. So yeah, that ended up being a little bit of an issue, but it's okay.
Go and throttle up.
Hey, inverter. 61, worm gang, +1. Thanks, man. 61 months, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's really screwing me up here. Those not being included is messing with me badly. It's giving it a horrible nose down moment. Like the thing has to go full pitch up just to fly straight. Not ideal. You're carrying way too much oxidizer. Tessa, we're comparing it to the other one, which is carrying the same amount, if I'm correct, if I'm remembering that right. I may have not gotten it exactly right. I mean, I did make it off the top of my head, dude, so bear with me, okay? I'm telling you, that's what's killing me. That's killing me right now. This thing just wants to nose down. Similar results. Dude, there's your problem. Like, I mean, well, it's not really there's my problem, you know, it's that needs to occlude. If it doesn't occlude, we're gonna have a bad day. Let's see if that did it. I screwed it up. Actually, so what I'm seeing here, Tessa, the front payload bay or front fuel tank occlusion notwithstanding, Mark II payload bays suck. Freaking terrible. There's a reason why I don't use them. Alright, this is a little bit of a bulbous fairing, but I just want to see if that fixes everything. Let's see what it does. Slidable wings, Wes? Yeah, we could. You could do slidable wings. It's a viewer's plane that I'm trying to fix. Cool looking. Rearward center of mass, Ivan. You gotta find a way to get around it. Fix a viewer's KSP's rate. You guys like it? I mean, we could. I just don't want to... It's just a lot to manage if everybody submits a vehicle. Hey, EJ, I want you to fix this. And then it just turns into... I don't turn into teaching building techniques, Laserman, but it just ends up being... Hey, EJ, fix my craft file. You know? I'll fix stuff. But... if I was going to do something like this, I'd do it with a catch. I'll fix your craft file, but I ain't giving it back to you. I'm not giving you the fixed version. That would be the right way to do it. Because that would deter the people that just, oh, my craft doesn't work, EJ, fix it, please. That doesn't teach you nothing. So, I'll fix people. If people want me to fix their craft files, I don't have a problem with that. But I ain't giving you your craft file back. You don't get it back. I taught you exactly what you need to do. You go and build it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the first time you showed a viewer's craft on stream since you were reviewing viewer payloads? I've done it before briefly, Mike, but yeah. This is no good. It's just, dude, not even my tricks can fix this thing. I can already tell you just by looking at it. Some kind of flag with those Mark II payload bays really sucks. I mean, did you see how much drag that thing was making? It's ridiculous. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure changing around the rear end of this is going to mess with it. Is going to fix it. This thing. Hmm. It's just all the fuselages. The fuselages, for whatever reason, in this design, it really doesn't like the radial 2 Mark II design. I mean, I've shown you guys basically what I would do with this. I would put a fairing front on it, like that, instead of the tri-nose, to try and help alleviate some of the drag. And I think we did, but it's not much. It's really, really heavy in the back. Not that that's going to screw with much, but I mean, this thing makes insane amounts of drag. I've never seen a plane make so much freaking drag. I mean, this thing has the aerodynamics of like a freaking steam engine. Maybe it needs canards. Canards will just make more drag. Maybe double the wings to generate more lift. Also going to generate more drag. It's not the wings, Cloudy. It's the aerodynamics of it. And you know what? That might be happening. That might be happening because of the pitching moment that's going on. So here, let me mess with this. All right. So check this out. See where the center. What the hell? Why is that moved? All I did was make a different fairing. Huh. You know what? I'm getting rid of those fuel tanks. I'm just getting rid of them. It's just, that's wasted mass. And you know, here's what else we're gonna do. Hey, Blue Squid, that's a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Welcome to Mission Control. Your Go with Throttle Up. I'm just here for the large, friendly letters. Don't panic. Hey, whatever floats your boat, my dude. Alright, all 3 of those nose cones are inside of the fairing. We don't need them there. I'm trying to think what else we could do. You know what? I think the engines are weighing us down more than what we think they are. So get rid of this crap. Get rid of that. Put an ore tank in the nose. Get out. Get out. Get out. Don't come back. Get out of here. Bye-bye. Pre-coolers. Pre-coolers could help. I wasn't asking us. The coolers could do it. I'm not sure we're gonna have enough intake air, but yeah, let's try for it. That might fix it. Might break it. Nah, just singing Boston. Nice. I don't think the coolers are going to make that much of a difference, fellas. The coolers are the best air intakes in KSP, for sure. Now, we don't want to go changing around too many things all at once, so... we're gonna do the same thing, but with pre-coolers. Let's see what it does. Oh, nice, eh? That's cool. No, it's not so much wings or canards, guys, that we need to change, you know? Oop. Yeah, those things needed to be strutted. Let's see what the pre-coolers do. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Where does the drag start in the hierarchy? Okay, I see what it is. I see what it is, Tessa. Hold the phone. I see what's going on. Watch. Watch. I see what it's doing. It's not that it makes a lot of drag. It's that we're trying to slew the fuselages. Meaning, the plane needs to fly like this. It needs to fly straight. If the plane is flying this way, up like that, of course it's going to make a lot of braking. Of course it's going to make a ton of drag. Duh. You're basically drifting the plane through the air. So, there's a couple of things that we can do to get around this. And here's what we're going to do. We're in the Pimp My Ride section now. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Make sure our struts are all in the right spots, etc., etc. Okay. That shouldn't be set to root part. It should be set to grandparent, which is the same as root. Hey, Vulcan. How's your break going? That should hold everything together. Okay. Shouldn't you be eating by now? Yeah, I'm a little bit busy, Tessa. Little bit busy, mate. So, the fact that the back of this plane was so ridiculously heavy, the engines don't have moment. They don't have moment over the plane. They don't cause a pitching up motion. Nothing does. So, we'll keep that stupid bulbous fairing, but let's just, you know, we could, yeah, just leave it the way it is. It's fine. But I know what's going on. We need throttling this plane up to make it want to pitch up, not accelerate. It needs to accelerate and slightly pitch up. That way we can use the power of the engines to keep this thing more in line with prograde velocity. So, what's a good way to do that? Let's think about this. What we could do is, well, we could... Let's do this. Ready? Okay. No, Loopy, there's a lot of other symptoms here. There's a lot of things going on. Yeah, long story short, the thing doesn't like to fly straight. Because the center of mass and center of lift are so out of whack, this thing needs it needs full pitch up to basically pitch up. And that means you're using all of your thrust to generate lift to keep the thing flying upright. That ends up generating a crap ton of drag. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to balance everything out. Yeah, even my revamped hierarchy design, it flew exactly the same, which is interesting. I mean, it flew like a tiny bit better, but it was for the most part the same thing. So it's very interesting. So what I'm going to do now is, you know what? We'll do a Concorde solution here. It doesn't have a tailplane or elevators either. Yeah. Just basically the balance on the vehicle is so out of whack that brute forcing it into space is what is getting it into space. But see, now our center of lift is so ridiculously screwed up here that... What happens when we do this? Alright, let's try this. Our center of thrust is significantly underneath our center of mass now. So throttling it will make it nose up and go faster, not slower. We're still going to make a little bit of drag off the front of this thing. But it should get us where we need. Get us where we need to be. You know what? And I'm just going to take the not the liquid fuel. I'm going to take the oxidizer out of these tanks up here. We don't really need that much oxidizer. Like that. Now I'm getting a Concorde vibe. Kind of. The control surface is no good though. I mean, maybe we should put these in here. Angle the nose and canards down. Angle the nose and canards down for increased lift into V1. Get out. Hibbit, what you just said, it would be the equivalent of saying, here, I need you to cut this piece of wood in half with a hammer. Oh, just use that hammer to cut that piece of wood in half. Does that sound smart to you? Oh, you need to nail that nail in? Here, have a blowtorch. Oh, just use a blowtorch to nail that, to put that together. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. In my defense, there was a kappa involved. No. I don't care if there's a kappa involved. Still a stupid thing to say. No. Alright. You seem to be looking at relative positions of center of mass and center of lift. Is there some configuration you're trying to get in order to make it to fly better? Lowering the engines down. Lowering the engines down is what's going to do it. To be honest. It's just we have another problem. We have another weird center of mass thing going on here. Hey, Novus, what's your last, dude? What's up? Artemis 1 presser. Oh yeah, dude, I listened to this morning. I was here for it. Yeah. It was kind of in the background though, but I did get it. Yeah, that brings us more in line. All right. There we go. All right, that should be it. Let me just X out where I have the oxidizer not there so I know which tanks I'm draining. I know which tanks do and don't have oxidizer in them. You can mount 2 sparks of Terriers on top fuselages there and angle them into the center of mass for an ohm system. Yeah, we could do that. I just want to see if my underslung engine idea is what's making this do this. Loopy, I'm pretty sure that probably, hierarchy notwithstanding, is the biggest problem that this thing has. It creates insane amounts of drag. So the only solution is just fly higher, where you don't make as much drag, and then boost yourself up into space. But that's not very efficient. Right? That's what I'm trying to aim for. I'm trying to get the vehicle to naturally want to pitch up, so it'll fly like this. Because what we're doing now is it naturally wants to pitch down, right? And then I'd have to use the control surfaces to combat that, and then we'd make an insane amount of drag. I'm trying to use the moment of the thrust of the engines to get some rotational rate control here, if that makes any sense at all. Sounds like turbo encabulator. Let's see what it does. We'll do this for a little bit more tries, and then I want to get back to working on the MLV if that's okay. Watch, this thing should just zip right up into the air. Our lift to drag was 1.5 with the other design. Now it's 2.9 at this point during the ascent. Watch. See, the Mark III, those Mark II fuselages don't like flying sideways. They'll generate insane drag if they fly sideways, like a giant air brake. I think that's the problem here. It's not necessarily that Mark II fuselages are aerodynamically bad, right? It's just this vehicle with that huge cluster of engines out back was basically just pushing the vehicle forward. And that coupled with a really big center of mass, center of lift differential, which you wouldn't have seen because of the way the craft was made, like the hierarchy was all screwed up, you wouldn't have seen it and you wouldn't have known. So it would have been really difficult to troubleshoot. But now, watch. Ready? Here, let me get myself a little bit more limiter here. See, now we have a pitching up moment here. Well, watch. Ready? Yeah, Tessa, I saw what it was doing. It's the moment that the engines had on the rest of the vehicle. See, this is what Loopy meant when he said that you could get 2 engines to get this thing to go. You just got to know when and where to do it. Watch. The thrust should start going back up here once we get down to 7,000. But what's our lift to drag? It's 1.5. It was 0.5 up here before, and we didn't even get near this altitude. I agree, Loopy. Yeah, I'm with you. Watch here. We'll do an induced descent. And watch, now this thing will start going very fast. Lift to drag is 1.5. Yeah, we gotta nose it down a little bit more. Get a little bit more airspeed into these, into the pre-coolers. I feel the need for speed. Didn't seem to want to do that. Here, let me increase the thrust. Let me bring the thrust back on these engines. Kind of did end up looking like the Dark Star, didn't it? So my design was that good, huh? No. No, not at all.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You could just show us a picture, dude. Hey, Biggie, 45 months. Thanks, man. This is actually too much pitch up moment, but it did fix that problem. Now this thing wants to pitch up way too much. It's not fuel shifting, Pythos, it's just the moment. That's all. Yeah. That and the roll control there is screwing us up. But see, now this, yeah, see 1.8, not bad. I'll just grab the group picture then. Let me see, Loopy. Yeah, bingo. Now we're creating too much pitch up moment, that's all. And it'll just... So, 95, your design wasn't bad, but it's creating crazy amounts of drag. You need to basically get up above the atmosphere and then send it. It's mostly because your root part is in the back, so that's hiding that's hiding a bunch of problems from you. It's hiding a bunch of problems that you wouldn't see because you didn't because your root part isn't at the front of the plane. So that was too much pitching moment. So let's go up. Let's go up 2 ticks here, like this. So it would have been. It was really hard to kind of figure out what. It was really hard to figure out what went wrong here. What went wrong with this design? Like, not wrong, but like why it was doing what it's doing. Why it was not flying very well. So I did some changes on the intakes here. Just rotate those around because they look cool. I did some changes here, and I took away 2 of the engines and then changed the back of the fuselage just a little bit. But the fuselage of the vehicle is more or less the same. I mean, keep in mind, this is a scratch-built craft file, so... Yeah, it would be nice. That's good. Cool. Cool. What happened, please? I missed the last 30 minutes. I'm just messing with the design a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, 95, at the end of the day, your design was fine. If it works, it works. But the reason why I even started messing with it is because Van was trying to fix those problems. But if it works for you, at the end of the day, that doesn't really matter. I mean, look at how fast we're already going up here. We've already broken the sound barrier almost. Yeah, breaking it into 20-degree climb, yeah. I'm embarrassed now. I'm embarrassed now after looking at the VOD. Not that you did. 95. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing, dude. All right, stop everything for a second. Does it do what you want it to? Does it do what you want it to do? I know the answer is yes, because you said you already flew it. You said you already flew it, and it did what you wanted it to do exactly. So who gives a frick? That doesn't matter. At the end of the day, engineering is a construct, okay? It's a construct. It's a construct of what rules you denote, and then you apply the laws of physics to said rules. It would be like like if you were playing D&D with your buddies, and then a dungeon master from a guy that's playing his own version of D&D comes over and says, "Oh no, you're not playing D&D correctly. You're not playing D&D correctly." Think about the gravity of that statement for a second and how dumb that sounds. Engineering is kind of the same way. You make the rules. That's why I've been drilling into you guys' heads. What are you doing? What's your goal? What are you trying to do? Because that, if it works within that construct, within that construct of your definition of what you need the vehicle to do, who cares how it performs? It doesn't matter. Now, don't get me wrong. There's always room for improvements, but don't be embarrassed. It works. It does what you need it to do. Who gives a frick? Right? That doesn't matter. Your design was fine. Van was just using this to try and get ways to... Van was just using this to try and understand better building technique, and I noticed that because of the hierarchical placement that you were running into an inefficiency problem. And I've been trying to fix that problem since. Yeah, see, look at this thing. We're sending it now. Watch, we got the Rapier's ramjets to turn on. Architect, it's your birthday tomorrow? Well, happy birthday, man.
Going throttle up.
Hey, you got gifted a sub. Look at that. Yeah, no, 95. Look. See what I'm talking about? There's room for improvement. There's room for improvement with my designs, dude. But look at what that thing's doing. That's pretty neat. Happy birthday, too. My birthday isn't for a little while. Now, see, we're going to run into a little bit of a problem here. If these things try to switch to rocket mode, we're going to spin out of control. Watch. Ready? Oh, frick. But, see? I was trying to get it to go fast up there and alleviate the drag problem. The drag problems that happen from your graph 95 aren't happening because it's a bad design. Because your root part was at the very back, you want to put root part in the front. Because your root part was at the back, Kerbal was getting confused. And because Kerbal was getting confused and not showing you the right information because it wants to fly root part first, usually, it was hiding problems. So I was talking to Van this afternoon. He's like, oh, I was messing with 95's craft and I noticed it's making a lot of drag. I want to be a better Kerbal builder, so I want to build with it better. That's not what's going on here. It's not that your design is bad at all. Here, let me show you. So that's mine. That's mine that we were messing around with, right? July 5th is less than a month away. Oh, that's neat. We would need to move these rapiers just up a little bit, and then we might even be able to angle the engines down Skylon style. So check this out. Let me go into the one that Van was messing with. Take a look. So this is yours. This is your design, right? So watch. See that right there? That's your root part, right? See center of lift, center of mass. That makes it look like, okay, my center of mass and center of lift are right. What the heck's going on here? Watch. Let's see if we can make the probe core the root part now. Now what? Now what happens?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
See? That's why hierarchy is important. Hey, Chris, 50-month resub. Usually stay at sea level until I reach 500. Go up to 7,000, level off there, and then hit it. And then just go up from there. You're very new to hierarchy. Root part, always in the front. Always. Always, 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 always. See what I'm talking about? This exposed problems that you and Van would not have seen. Van was just trying to mess with your plane to try and make it fly a little bit better. But the problem that wasn't being exposed here is that you have a really bad center of lift, center of mass differential here. So basically, if you try to pull up with this plane 95, you try to get up to 7,000, for instance, right? It's just going to want to do this because what it's doing is it's using the engine's thrust to keep the plane pitched up, right? It's using the engine's thrust, right? And then you pitch up, and that is giving you enough lift to just stay flying level, which is why you have to kind of you have to stay down low where it works, right? And then fly up. But you have to, right? You want to get into 7,000 with the ramjets. That you can get so much delta V from there. But if you tried to do that, the thing will just, right? So the problem that's being exposed here is, once again, you have a bad center of lift, center of mass differential. The plane basically needs to fly somewhat like this and then rely on thrust to fly correctly. See what I'm talking about? That's why the plane works really well down here. I mean, this is okay. It's stable enough, right? But, yeah. A good SSTO profile is to get up to 7,000 meters, level off, and then just gun it. Here, I'll show you. Yeah, condition. It's amazing. I wonder if this would fly with FAR. This would work. You have a flat bottom, though. A relatively flat bottom. They figured that one out with the X-24. You don't want the bottom of the vehicle flat when you're making a lifting body or anything that flies into space. You can, actually, you kind of can, like the Dream Chaser is a good example of that. You could do flat bottom, but you got to be careful with that. Flat bottom with wings. Because if you do something like that, you're going to be super prone to side slip in real life. Once again, the X-24A. So there's the X-24A, right? And then look at the X-24B. See what I'm talking about? This thing was insanely susceptible to side slip if you tried to pitch it over, and then if you tried to roll and pitch, the thing would just spin out of control. They tried to put that pointy nose on it or whatever, and yeah, it didn't really do what you wanted it to do. If you're gonna go flat bottom, it needs to be bulbous out the sides like a Dream Chaser. See, it's not like a blunt edge. It kind of rolls out. See what I'm talking about? And even the nose isn't blunt at all. The funny thing is that the X-24 contributed to the HL-20, which contributed to the Dream Chaser's design, but that's another story. See how the nose is up like that? That's really important, or else the thing is not going to work correctly. Here. Let me show you what I mean. Where are ya? Space Goose. Ask them about this methods to reduce drag. Well, reducing drag. Yeah, I mean, node stacking stuff works, dude. Node stacking stuff works, but you gotta understand the vehicle. The lesson I'm trying to teach you here is that it's not just reducing drag. I mean, I know you were just using 95's plane to. Oh, I want to reduce drag. Well, I said this right at the beginning, and here's the thing. You can reduce drag by node attaching parts or including parts inside of a fairing. You can do a bunch of different ways. But what way that you do it depends on what you're trying to do in general. So I just used 95's plane as an example. 95's plane seems to generate an insane amount of drag. No, the problem isn't necessarily that it stems from drag. It stems from the hierarchy, and it stems from lack of pitching moment on your engines during ascent. And basically that causes the plane to basically try to drifto up into space, which is no good. You know, you're saying you were trying to reduce drag, you were using 95's plane. Drag isn't even the problem with 95's plane. There are other things. That's what I mean. You want to learn to, and that's the overarching lesson here. Sorry, it took a little bit of time to explain it correctly, but I needed to figure out what was wrong with 95's plane, if it was hierarchical or not. So in order to give you the right information. I missed a ton. I was going to put you on the radio, but my brother called. So this is the H5. Watch this thing. Your plane is fine, 95. It works. It works, and that's what matters. And it does what you want it to do. That's what matters the most. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That doesn't mean that there isn't room for improvement. It's not that, oh, 95's design sucks, it creates so much drag. No, I figured out that that's actually not the problem here. So watch, this is the type of ascent that you'd want to fly. If you can get it to fly the ascent that I'm about to show you, then it's really gonna work well. It doesn't hurt to have 20 rapiers. Is this the old design? Yeah, no, that's good. Come on. Catch the thrust. Let's go. Yeah, that we may have needed all this because this is a big, heavy plane. It's all right. It's the thick monk, yep. I mean, look, 95, I'm telling you, mine does the same thing. See? This is what I mean. This is a design for me from like 4 or 5 years ago. Look, does the same thing. My solution was to brute force it into space, but this could be done with half of the amount of rapiers if I messed with the hierarchy a little bit. Interesting, Phil. But see, you really want to dip in here. Look at our acceleration. It's unbelievable now. Look. See what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? You really want to dip in there. If you're designing any type of air breathing thing, you want to get 7,000 and just level off there and gun it, and then just let your acceleration just take you right up into space. Don't go over 1,400 meters a second though, below like 20. You'll start overheating badly. Like even us, we're starting to get a little bit of heat here. You go faster than 1,400 below here, yeah. Are you guys ready for the eatening? Bye-bye. Yup. It's a good number, Snail. This thing just plows right up into space. Look at that. Miko confirmed. So anyway, my plane just started blasting. Yeah, Tesla, the Thick Monk doesn't care about your trajectory optimizations. It, like I said, it's very much like 95's plane. That's the reason why I flew it. You know? Because you know, at the end of the day, it works. Who cares? I can always optimize from here. But you made something that works. It does what you want it to do. That's huge. So don't think like, oh, my design sucks. Like, your space plane is fat. It's not fat. It's just big tanked. Okay? Have you seen the new Top Gun yet? Also, what are we making? I'm just explaining stuff to viewers right now, Alleviate. I have seen the new Top Gun. I saw Maverick on Sunday. Alleviate. It is literally in my top 5 all-time favorite movies. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier. It is unbelievable. An investment company took over Firefly and the CEO got yeeted out like what happened to Elon at PayPal. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's probably... Yeah, it is in my top 5. It's in my top 5 greatest movies of all time. I'm serious. It's right up there with, like, Scarface, Godfather. It's better than the first one. It's Terminator 2. Dude, like, it's that good. I'm telling you. The plot sucks. It's a Top Gun movie. Who cares? It's a Top Gun movie. That doesn't matter. I'd say it's better than Interstellar, Iron. I love this movie so much. I was like when stuff was happening in the movie, I was like, yeah! Fist bumps. Like, in the movie theater. I wasn't, like, yelling, but I was silently going. There's not many movies that make me do that. That's that thin veneer of plot that all great action movies need to explain the great action sequences. You know, that's what makes something like Terminator 2 so damn good. But anyway, 95, I think you should call your plane the BTAR. Beautiful tanks and rockets. Love it. You should read this. Okay. Does it fly well? It doesn't fly in space very well, but it does go fast now, Buck. How different from 95's original design? I redesigned the engines a little bit, and I moved some wings around, and I put a fairing fuselage up front. That fixed most of its problems, but... I mean, that made it... All that stuff made it fly a little bit better, but there was another thing with 95's plane that was being exposed, basically because the engines weren't getting the right moment. The engines were not getting the right moment over the fuselage to get it to pitch up. It just naturally wants to pitch down. So the only way to do it is kind of fly it down low where it works and then nose up and go up into space, which is not necessarily the best way, but it works for 95, so it doesn't matter. But yeah. Anyway, Forge, what is this? But anyway, guys, yeah, that was just a little bit of a thing for building tricks. I'm still formulating, just on a side note, basically what I want for building tricks with like YouTube videos. I'm gonna put this stuff up on YouTube, but it has to be contextual. It has to be in the right kind of order. But I thought about canards. No. Flight Sim. I haven't. Yeah, Brimo loved it, Sarah. She's not a plane nut. So what is this? What does this article say? Forge, what are you trying to get me to? Oh, hold on, Forge. What is this? Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Waz, what's going on? What's the funniest thing you made? Meep? Yeah, Ghost Minor Meep is the funniest thing that we've made. I'll show it to you in a second. Forge just linked me to an article, and I'm not even relinking it. This is ridiculous. This person is trying... It's an article that basically says that Top Gun is a bad movie because of the plot. And then proceeds to write probably about 5,000 words, I'd say, about why the plot of Top Gun is completely unrealistic and why that it's a bad movie with fascist overtones. No, this person isn't kidding. Hip. Someone that was kidding wouldn't put this much effort in. This reply to that tweet perfectly encapsulates why this article is wrong. Can I read one bit of this real quick? In the first scene of the movie, Cruise fly. No, you know what? That's spoilers. I can't do that. I'm not reading. Yeah, no, we shouldn't do that. It's funny because they said they needed to use a certain plane for a certain mission, right? And they say, "Oh, we can't use this plane for this mission. We have to use this plane for this mission." It's fun. That's funny to me. That whole part's funny. You know, it's almost like one of those planes is a two-seater and the other one isn't. So, like, all the shots in the movie would be impossible to do because the plane that they want to use is a single-seater. Damn. That must suck. Top Gun Maverick is a 131-minute long advertisement for death. Aggressively unoriginal, widely irresponsible with its messaging, historically revisionist, and shamelessly, jingoistic. Wow, great vocab word. In the name of providing fellatio to arms dealers. This person, wow, this is a real person. Oh my God. It's a masterwork of propaganda in defense of some of our nation's worst traits. And it's an enormous success. I left the theater depressed and forlorn. Wow. Wow. Guys, it's Top Gun. It's Top Gun, for frick's sake. Okay, it's Top Gun. It's Top Gun. Who? Doesn't even make sense. Unbelievable. Hey, you know, people. Someone. You know what it sounds like? It sounds like this person is mad because people enjoy this. Because people enjoy a popcorn flick about flying fighter planes. I don't know, man. It just seems like this person's very miserable about things. But of course it's propaganda. It's not even propaganda, Ian. It's completely ridiculous. The plot is ridiculous. It makes no sense. The plot is ridiculous. It makes no sense. Because the first Top Gun's plot made sense? No. Fighter planes and sweaty dudes. I can't wait to see it this weekend. Yeah. Releases, yeah. If this was like an Oliver Stone movie about incursions into enemy airspace to take out stuff like that, if it took the movie doesn't even take itself seriously. So why is this person? You know, this isn't worth my time. I'm going back to working on my rockets. It's not worth the time. We've given it too much time already. Screw that. Sorry you don't like having fun? You're trying to quantify the real world implications of a goddamn popcorn movie. What? Just enjoy the damn movie. You can't deny that the first Top Gun led to a big rush to military recruiting offices. So, yeah, of course, Malachi. It's almost like flying planes, is cool or something. You don't even have to do the bombing part. Flying planes is cool. I don't know, man. This. No thanks. And don't even try to peddle the false equivalency. Oh, well, this, but EJ, it's propaganda. Yeah, no crap, dude. Of course, just enjoy the movie. Just enjoy the movie. The article, and I see people doing it in chat. The article proposes this dichotomy. There's your vocab word for the day. It produces this dichotomy. You can either like this. If you like this movie, you support propaganda and bombing innocent people. Yeah, okay. When you say it like I just did, it sounds kind of dumb, doesn't it? Oh, well, if you like Top Gun, you support bombing other countries unprovoked. It's yeah, okay. It's a little bit of a stretch, don't you think? It's just, it's a movie about flying fighter planes. And you're trying to, it's a summer popcorn flick about flying fighter planes. What? That. It's just such a binary thing with people that think like that. I never can understand it, man. It's oh, if you like this, you like this. Everything is black and white, right? If I like Top Gun, we support U.S. propaganda. Yeah, okay. Sure. I'd also point out it's culture when your country does it. It's propaganda when someone else's country does it. Yeah, but see, Potts, saying something like that is doing exactly what I'm talking about. Take it at face value. It's like Call of Duty or a Rambo movie. Was anybody here unpacking Rambo's tactics while watching Rambo? No, they were watching Stallone just blow stuff up. Is it wrong? Yeah, of course. This is ridiculous, guys. It's just a freaking movie. I'm not gonna let that crap ruin my day. I think Maverick's one of the best movies ever made. Its cinematography is like bench. What's the right word? It's so next level, and it's so over the top with pushing the bounds of cinema. It will be studied in future film classes. I'm positive of that. Any space news today, or am I going to interrupt KSP with a daily Curse Blessed Rocket video? I wasn't planning on doing space news today, Zay. Yeah. I wasn't planning on it. I wanted to play Kerbal today. The space news cycle is a little bit on the slow side, and we have a lot of rocket launches this weekend, so I just kind of wanted to play KSP and work on the MLV project for now. I mean, if you want to save your video for like during a space news, yeah, we can watch it tomorrow or something. All right. Anyway, now we're back to the project areas. Taking a little bit of an SSTO detour. I love films. I just dislike Tom. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, forged sad articles. Dude, that person must be real fun at parties, man. It's just, alright. Is this how you think about things? Like, okay. If that's what we gotta do, you know? Anyway, so we were working on flight trajectories today. I'm really trying to see if I can do precise landings with this thing, which is why we're gonna bring it over into the VAB. Thanks, Wes. Okay, so yeah, all right. So let's set that as the route. That should fix our separation problems. And let's work on getting this ascent figured out. Did you see that NASA's Lucy solar array... NASA got Lucy solar array open to 96%, so now have optimism that Lucy can complete its 12-year mission. Yeah, they also added a 9th asteroid. No, that's cool. Sweet. I don't think they can hear it, baby.
Shut the fuck up about any single thing. Can any single person shut the fuck up about any single thing for an hour? Is that possible?
I mean, chat wasn't even the one that was making a big deal out of it. Chat agrees with me. It's just, yeah, it's. I mean, Bo said it right, dude. Like, we gotta weigh in on everything is bad, right? Like, okay. Is that Bo? Yeah. This is a Bo Burnham household, Gnome. We're pretty big fans. That, and he lives up the street. Not really. He's from Massachusetts. He doesn't live up the street. It's just a tad long. 18 minutes. It comes down to if you would fit better in a space news or if you don't care. 18 minutes is a good bit of time for space news, eh? I'll show bits and pieces of it. I'll browse around through it like I do with most videos. Darn tune, there you go. Oppose the modern reincarnation of Bill Hicks, and I'm here for it. Nice. Even movies based on real events are fantasy. They have to make it entertaining. Some characters are combined. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just... I noticed that everybody has this overarching implication that the movies are a reflection of reality, and I think that's what you're trying to say, right? It's not. This is not how the Top Gun is not how the real world works. To even imply that it does, like that's what's going on, that's how we treat things is just absurd. It's just a movie. It's ridiculous because you're quite literally letting movies define your reality. Which take it somebody that watches a lot of movies. I don't even do that. That's ridiculous. Like it's it shows me that like I don't know this person, and I probably shouldn't assume either, but if you're going to write a whole article off the predication that movies define reality, right? Okay, I'm trying to stop this conversation because I don't really want to talk about it anymore.
But they didn't hear it before.
Is that necessary? Or to ask it a slightly different way, can anyone shut the fuck up? Can anyone, any single one, can anyone shut the fuck up about any single thing? Can any single person shut the fuck up about any single thing for an hour? You know, is that possible?
Okay. Classy, Bo. Jeez. No, Bo Burnham's a couple of towns away, which is kind of cool. But he's from the North Shore, so we don't talk to those people. Are weird. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. If you're gonna let movies define your reality like that, in the way that you're going to write a 5,000-word essay or op-ed on Top Gun saying it has fascist overtones, right? Like, dude. This might be a little bit hypocritical coming from me, but holy crap, go outside, please. Touch grass. That's what the kids say, right? Just go touch grass. Jesus Christ. Just go touch grass, man. This isn't how the world... That's not how the world works. It's just a movie. You know, you're like, oh, but what about the message that it sends? The message that it sends is just flying around in fighter planes is cool. I'm pretty sure not everybody is analyzing the movie to the same extent that this person is. Just go outside, please. Messages: don't think, do. Hell yeah. Person touches too much grass, I bet. I don't know. Blue. It's the same kind of... I shouldn't, but that's... I want to go back to launching my rocket. I'm not going to say anymore. I might let have legitimate points about problems in modern society, but it's all about a dumb flick. Yeah, if you're going to take those legitimate concerns over how our country is perceived in the world and apply that logic to a freaking Top Gun movie, well, that waters down the concerns, don't you think? That's like trying to have an argument or a discussion about advanced, neuroscience with a 5th grader. You're going to have to water it down. Because the 5th grader doesn't understand. Nobody's reading into this movie this much. And if they are, they're crazy. Let it go. Let it go, bros. Damn. Life's too short to get pissed off about stuff like that, man. Let's launch this rocket, dude. Alright. We have to figure out what the right staging velocity is to give me enough fuel to land this sucker. So that's what we'll do. Alright, here we go. We also noticed that there's a little bit of a weebly wobble there from the rocket at lift. See how the nose cones or the fairing is moving around? We really don't want that, but that's okay. Yeah, see it? We got to find a way to secure that, make it a little bit, well, make it not do that. Getting the critique of that article makes me take a long, hard look in the mirror of my feelings. Well, the whole original purpose of cinema is to teach you good lessons, right? But those lessons aren't necessarily reflective of reality. That's like, dude, that would be like looking at. Let me think. Let me think of a good example. That would be like looking at Saving Private Ryan, a movie that's about grit. You have to go save Private Ryan so he can keep his family tree going. The overarching theme of the movie is just amperable courage, right? Like, you have to have the stones to face any challenge, and you have to be confident in yourself to be able to face that challenge, right? That's like looking at Private Ryan and saying, no, that's not the lesson. The lesson is shoot people as much as we can. You're missing the point completely. Like, the movies can teach good life lessons, but the lesson is not necessarily the part of the plot. You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Star Wars is a good story about Greek tragedy. It's a good story about having to confront hard things to do in life. You're always going to have something that's difficult. You're always going to have a task, and the only way to really overcome it is just same thing. Courage. Courage is what's going to do it. But that's like saying, oh, you know, it's not about courage. It's about chopping people in half with a lightsaber. It's like, yeah, okay. What did I blow up? Okay. It was just the decoupler. No problem. Okay, so we're just going to let that thing go. We can pop the fairing, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We're not getting the right control points. 57 months, send it. Yep. We flew on a little bit of a lofted trajectory here. We'll see if that pays off. What about Friday the 13th, A Nightmare on Elm Street? Yeah, I don't know, man. Just enjoy the damn movie. And you know what? You know what I was thinking? The thing is that I'm not above this, man. I did that with For All Mankind because I was not happy about how they portrayed space as a war zone. But you know what? If anything, this is kind of a reality check on my part. Like, I was like, oh, you know, well, I'm concerned. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. In fact, I probably am. If that's how I sound, oh, gosh, I'm never saying a bad thing about For All Mankind ever again. If I don't like it, I don't like it. Just leave it at that. Don't even try to explain it. Just say you don't like it and freaking be done with it. Okay. Oh, geez. Hang on. Second stage trajectory was too high. Damn. Alright, well, we can't switch back because we're in the atmosphere. Have you thought about putting a barge in the ocean to save... Yeah, Jack, the thing about that is that it's very hard to land on a barge. How goes the development? Good. Yeah, Signer. I'm not, guys. That's it. I'm not playing these games, dude. Talking more about that article just legitimizes it even more. I'm not paying it any mind. It's not worth it. Yeah, someone it is what it is. But people like it and whatever. I'm not playing these games. Please identify your vehicle. We're going a little fast. I don't know if I can read the name tag. Yeah, cooking. I know what you mean. All right, what's our burn time? We have 8 seconds this time around. Oh, boy. Sonic booms just heard at the Kennedy Space Center. Or Kerbal Space Center, excuse me. We might not have enough fuel for this. Yeah, I didn't throttle enough. Damn. Okay, hang on. Revert the flight. Did you see about the show about how to... I don't care, Ghost. I don't care. What are your political views? I don't know. Someone is... Bro, like... These articles, it's like they invite the debate by making completely irrelevant points, you know? And then it's designed to suck you in, like it's what it's doing for us, you know? Like, I'm not doing that. Screw that. No, we're not doing that. Let's get this rocket back onto the pad. I am turning the page. Okay, cool. Let's do this. All right, I'm gonna pay attention this time. All right, so that was 900 staging velocity, but it wasn't good. We flew on a way too lofted trajectory. All right, just leave that right there. Yeah, Doodles, it can... Yeah, this thing flies like a champ. We just got to get its trajectory kind of figured out. I can get this thing back into that tile every time. I just got to make sure that we have the right staging velocity, etc., etc. Yeah, but Forge, I would ask you to just not link that trash in my chat anymore, please. It's annoying. Please don't do that. Yeah, cooking, I know. Theater kids, am I right? You want to hear something funny? Look at the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. And you remember in high school, you remember the theater kids? Theater kids were a little weird, right? I'm not saying that's a bad thing. They're just theater kids are a little strange. And now, look at Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Theater kids. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is something that the theater kids would do. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, theater kids. I don't know. Look, it's weird. But that's not a bad thing. Not hating by any means. Like, I'm a shop goon. I spent way too much time in the auto shop when I was young. Look at me. Yeah, of course. Duh. Okay. All right. Yeah, sequels, that's what I'm trying to say. It's just, yeah, theater kids. You look at a movie like Top Gun. Yeah, it's for people like me. I freaking love it, obviously. It's just not anything out of the norm there. That seems pretty normal to me. Okay, PLF jettison. Now we switch back to the first stage. Are you still planning on making changes to the second stage design? Not right now. I'm going to do some optimizations here and there, Hit, but this is really more about trajectory optimizations for the first stage. Alright, boost back. You have to go up a little ways. Okay, that should be good. Booster is above 70. Switch to the second stage now. Now we circularize, and then we'll switch back. I'm just trying to figure out what's the best flight trajectory for this thing. Yeah, we got 9 seconds on that try, and that was, it was okay. It wasn't bad. So what I really want to look for here is how much fuel we have left inside of this thing. I'm wondering if we have, remember, my stakeholder expectation is RTLS, 18 tons of payload to low Kerbin orbit, and RTLS. It needs to land back at the pad. What I want to see is by the time we get to space, how much Delta V this thing absolutely has left. Because if we have a surplus of Delta V, we also got to check the timings, right? Because we can't have the booster go too low. If it goes down to below 25, the game will delete it because it thinks it's debris, right? So I want to see how much Delta V left and how much time we have left for circularization, because this is the absolute low TWR that you get from this stage because we're carrying its theoretical maximum payload. It might be better. Okay, stop right there. We have 1,000 meters a second of Delta V left. And what's our TWR? 1.73, the stage at 55. I honestly think we might be able to do a lower staging velocity for a longer second stage burn time to get our first stage more fuel for boost back and landing, I think. I'm basically just trying to dial this in, get me some good baselines, and also to make sure that I can get this thing back to the pad every time. I'm pretty sure I can get it in that hex tile every time. We really... This is such an upgrade over the Condor 9. Condor 9 was my old booster that did this. This thing is such a ridiculous upgrade over it that I'm confident I can get it back to the same spot every time. Alright, I'm going to drop a quick save here. Once again, it's kind of against what I pretty much should be doing, but it's alright. I'll show you this thing's cross-range capability in a moment here. Alright, so we are lined up with the target. Actually, the hash marks are a little bad. I'm going to make the nav ball big so you guys can see it. See the hash mark right there on the prograde, or the retrograde indicator? And then see the hash mark that's right here on the anti-target indicator? Those vertical hash marks need to be aligned. That's how I know where I'm going with the booster. That's how I fly it. So watch the hash marks. We'll just keep the hash marks aligned, and it should get us what we're looking for. Whoa, hey now. What's going on there? Yeah, man. Falcon 9 can do stuff like this. Seriously, it's not... this is over-exaggerated, but it can do stuff like that. Sure, why not? We've seen it do it, which is unreal. But, like I said, Cross range, baby. I actually burned a little bit too early. Let's fall for a second. Yeah, no, she's a beast. It's the landing legs. The landing legs act like chimes, and they're basically wings. They act like wings. See, that one worked pretty well. We're still 270 off the target, though. But let me show you how crazy this thing actually can get. I want to be able to get this thing within 100 meters of the pad or at the pad, like right next to it. I don't know about landing on the pad. I'm not that good. I don't think I can do that. That's impossible, even for a computer. Oh no, it's not. I used to bullseye womp-rats in my T16 back home. They're not much more than that. Doesn't matter that I'm like the second most capable force-sensitive person in the entire galaxy. It's fine. It's not impossible, right? Am I right, guys? Am I right? See last now when you can. New Beam NG car. Okay. I'll check it in a moment. Purple. That's how good the cross range is on this thing. It flies great. Yeah, not bad, huh? This thing is a monster, dude. Right onto the drone ship, baby! Yeah, she's a freaking beast, man. I love this thing. I love this rocket. .1 from the Russian judge. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Pretty cool, huh? I gotta make sure that all this stuff locked out. I'm not sure if it did. That one didn't. See, yeah, that one didn't lock out for whatever reason. Want to try to do it again? Yeah, it seems like if this thing has about 10 seconds of burn time left on the 3 engines, that's more than enough to be able to land it correctly. Pretty cool, right? But where's the octo grabber? I haven't made it yet, man. So, like I said, I could do drone ship landings with this thing. It's possible. I'd prefer to just send it back to the pad. Because towing that ship all the way back on the damn drone ship would be difficult. I don't want to do that. That's not... Yeah, no. Respect. Remember, respect is everything. Kill frenzy! I'm gonna go back to trying to get that thing onto the pad, though, if you don't mind. I've noticed that there are certain points during the descent where the wings are actually overpowering my control surfaces, which is probably not a good thing. But yeah, it's a line from GTA. And remember, respect is everything. Yeah, I know. Yeah, see? Whoa, look at that. Oh. Wow. What happened here? Well, we slowed down. The drone ship's closer. Let's go. Yeah, we're going in the drink. I cannot recover from this financially. Yeah, I can't make that. Yeah, see what I mean? We got to be careful when we're coming back in because... yeah, there's some bad problems with that. Yeah, okay. It wasn't doing that before, but that might be because of a reloaded quick save. Reloaded quick saves do this. He said doo-doo. Why doesn't SpaceX do that to slow down the Falcon? What do you mean? Oh, flip the booster. Yeah, I don't know, man. What does cross range mean? So cross range capability is the ability to basically steer during re-entry. You can steer during re-entry. You're not just going ballistic. It's not just, yeah. Does that make sense? So like when we're re-entering, I can steer this booster back to the pad. When the space shuttle re-enters, it has huge cross-range capability because it can basically fly at hypersonic speeds. It can fly through re-entry. It can maneuver and stuff. Falcon 9 can do this stuff, guys. It's our camera angle that makes it look more ridiculous. I mean, we're pitched down like crazy right now. Like, look at it comparatively to the horizon. That's how we're flying. We're flying like 45 degrees. Falcon 9's legs actually do provide a little bit of lift. Not a lot. I mean, it still falls like a brick. And I don't think it could level off either. That's where my rocket diverges. Like, for whatever reason with Kerbel's physics, right? Mine can actually fly, which is just strange. But also, mine's hand-piloted, so I'll take the extra forgiveness if you don't mind. Should probably do this quick. We're running out of fuel. Oh my god. You gotta be me. Have you made the Biconic re-entry vehicles? Have you made any Biconic re-entry vehicles in the past? Yes. The shuttle, Dreamcatcher. Try to land with the same... Imagine trying to land with the same camera angle as Falcon 9? See last. Okay. Would deploying the landing legs earlier help slow down the vehicle and give you more burn time? Yeah, but aerodynamic stresses could screw them up. It could break them when they deploy. I mean, to be honest, camera angle doesn't really matter to me, guys. I'm watching the nav ball. We reverted to launch, guys. This is not behavior that the vehicle was experiencing before. I've never seen it freak out like this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Ground altimeter. Man, I'm really happy we spent a week developing those things. Guys, here, I'm telling you, something is broken with this because it doesn't fly. Like, reverting to launch will do this. It'll break things. Let me put a new rocket out and we'll fly it again and we'll go. How do you get that camera angle? I aim camera at the RCS part and hit V to switch my camera angle to locked view. Yeah. Yeah, I sometimes hitting revert to launch breaks things, and I noticed the vehicle was freaking out. It was really wiggly during re-entry. It wasn't like that before. The only difference between the test I was doing at the beginning of the stream and the test now was revert. The only thing different was that I reverted. Jeez, Kerbal's really taking a dookie right now. It's using 16 gigs? We'll restart, and I will be back in a second. I gotta use the restroom, guys. I haven't gone on a break today. Here, let me flip the music up. I'll be right back. 1 second. Yeah, I know, Yard, right? Unbelievable. Hey, Predominant. What's up, dude? All right. Let's give Kerbal a good old restart. All right, let's jump back in, dudes. I got my green drink. Let's get going. It's assessment day at work. Let's see how much of a troll I am at work and how it affects your bonus package. Perfect time. Let me see, Zay. What in the freaking... What is this? Hey. What is this? That flies really well. If you really want to, you could possibly get it to a barge or the pad. Yarg, I landed it. I've landed it on the drone ship 2 times today. Hello? I'm an oxygen-rich guy. It's Perry Air, Supercraft. It's called Perry Air. I like what I see right here. I like what I see right here. Yeah, the cross range you showed there should be enough to view it reliably with practice. Bingo. Yarg, I was actually thinking about some things, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier. I don't think you were here. What I was talking about is that, you know, Condor 9 had a huge 2.5 meter SAS at it for the longest time up at the top. And I was thinking about it, and if you have SAS torque and you're flying backwards and you're trying to use the engines to gimbal, the SAS and the engines are actually canceling each other's force out, so it flies worse. Am I right in thinking about that? Because when you're flying backwards and you yaw the thing, it'll cancel each other out. That would actually make Condor fly worse than it did. This thing flies way better. Oh yeah, look at this thing. Look at this friggin' thing. Oh yeah. Titan? No. Like I said in chat, Perry Air. Perry Air. Ah, Titan with a dual-engine Centaur behind it. Pierre Gasly liked this post. Huh. Is that an Orion up there? Oh no, it's a CSM. It's a CSM. No, sir, we didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good! Man, I freaking wish. Yeah, see, we should have just stockpiled some Saturn stages up in space and made workshops with it, Skylabs. Use those Skylabs to make transfer vehicles. That's what we should have done. I like that EVA pack. That's cool. It could have been in the coding. You would have to test it, but this one is exactly how I did it, when you can make enough lift to get the core almost sideways. I mean, Yarg, Falcon can do that. It can do it. It can't do it like that, but it can do that. The legs work like a lift. It makes the front work like a lifting body. This is great, Zay. Good job. I freaking wish we could do this. It'd be sweet. Hey, 24. How you doing? Yeah, Jorg, I'm just trying to dial in the trajectory, like how we had Condor's trajectory pretty much figured out. All right. Zay, you did a good job. Okay. Alright, we'll fly it here without a reverted launch or anything. Yeah, Yarg, I can get this thing on the drone ship. Actually, a lot more reliable than I thought. I've landed on the drone ship 2 times today, out of probably less than 10 attempts. Yeah, pretty crazy. But yeah, we have to make sure we get this trajectory right. So let's go. Ready? Flip that over here like this. Engines on. Gas it. What are we making? Yeah, 1.2 off the pad. Not bad with 18 tons. All right, roll this sucker. And then set it to 85. $18 tons with RTLS is the stakeholder expectation, Yarg. Oh, you guys wanted the... You guys wanted the locked camera like this, huh? All right, I'll do this during landing, fellas. I need to be able to watch the vehicle. We're flying on another lofted trajectory here. I'm gonna try to get our staging velocity. I'm gonna try to stage it at 850. I've been aiming for 900. I'm trying to aim for an 850 staging velocity here. At 45 degrees. Nice. Okay. Pop the fairing. All right, switch back over here. 61 on the apogee. All right, so that should 30 degrees, I think, should be good. We gotta boost it up here. Let's do it. I have all the engines on, don't I? Yeah, I do. I didn't shut the engines off. That's okay. Okay, that's good enough. Let me make sure that I shut down my other damn engines. Move the vehicle into position. Turn on the control surfaces, just like SpaceX would turn those grid fins on. And now wait till we just coast up above 70 and switch back to the second stage. Okay, we're above 70. Now we circularize. We switch back because we're being above 70 means you can switch vehicles. And now we switch back to the second stage and we circularize with it. I'm burning slightly radial in to control my apogee altitude here. Or technically the semi-major axis, because we're still eccentric. Once again, I tried staging a little bit earlier to see if we could give the first stage more fuel to land. It makes it more likely for a first stage to come back. Okay, let's leave that there. We have first stage is at 61 kilometer altitude right now. We have 897. Okay, so we had 1100 before. So staging at 850 instead of 900 cost me about 100 delta V up here. Well, cost me a little bit more. Well, 200 delta V. See what I mean? Yeah, that's the difference between first and second stage delta V. Yeah. But 897 is still well within spec. This thing could probably move 20 tons, no problem, up here. The whole point is to have the margins be perfect. They have to be good enough. Yeah, 10, I know what you mean. Alright. So that's still suborbital, right? So it'll just burn up. Okay. I'll drop a quick save right here. Oh. Wow, we're on a disgustingly bad overshoot. How much fuel do we have left? 14 seconds. Yeah, to the point where I'm like literally just gonna... Skipper engines on first and second. It's gonna be close, chat. No, never mind. No, it's not. 115, not bad. It was a pretty good that was a pretty good correction considering. I gotta make that smaller. I can't frame the camera correctly. Yeah, exactly, Urban. They're all skippers. Yeah, we're doing this with skippers. You figured out skippers on a 375 vehicle like this is actually quite good. The legs look awesome. Thanks. They're SpaceX's. Well, this thing had way more fuel left over, huh? That's literally the only problem. I'd have to figure out a way to pop that thing off. We should pop that off when we're up in space. Yeah, we had plenty of fuel left. I actually think that gives us way better margin, fellas. Yeah, that's good. 850 staging velocity is perfect for this thing. That's quite good. And that was an overshoot. In fact, I think 900 with the right trajectory is probably correct. Here, let's try to land her again. This time, let's go for the drone ship. This one's going to be a little bit tricky. SpaceX is targeting Friday, June 17th. Yep, that's the 13th flight of that booster. Does this need an entry burn? Nah. Parts in Kerbal are pretty hefty, Ian. Survive! 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 No! No! Damn. Jeez. Oh, okay. All right. I get it. I missed. God damn, Kerbal. Kerbal's like, no! Everything must explode! Damn it! Yeah, it's hard to fly that booster like that. And that was with no correction burn, Jason. You're right. I mean, this thing is a freaking Chad. I don't know why this thing flies so well. Those wings aren't even that powerful. Yeah, Yarg, that means that our boost back does not nearly need to be as crazy as it is. It doesn't need to be like Condors. I could boost back and have the trajectory come in over here instead of right over KSC, and it would be perfectly fine. All right, switch the targeting system. The dynamic pressure is insanely high. Oh man, it really doesn't like that. Here we go. Come on, baby. Oh, jeez. Okay. All right, we're going to have to give it a little bit of a Uterino like this, and then... Oh, I may have been a little late. That was a little late. No! Ah! That was a little late on my part, fellas. That was pilot error. I mean, Yarg, the funny thing is that that's what Falcon 9 does. Falcon 9 doesn't boost back and have its boost back trajectory go over land. It does its entry burn and then it steers. The boost back trajectory has it land in the next, like in the ocean next to it. If the grid fins did nothing, right? Pull the Falcon Heavy demo there? Yeah. I'm going for the drone ship again. Screw it. I'm telling you, the key to doing this is getting the hash marks lined up. You see that hash mark on the top of the retrograde indicator, and then the hash mark on the bottom of the target indicator. If I get those to be coplanar, you land every time. You're gonna land. It basically is pointing you in the right direction. Actually, Ian, you piqued my interest. Is anything on this thing getting hot? Nope, not at all. Help, Geese enjoying the Minecraft server and is making puns. There's nothing I can do about it. All right, here, ready? Oh, dang frame rate. Ah! That frame rate, the game, right when I was trying to make a maneuver, the game paused and then it screwed me off course. All right, one more time for that, and then. Use the trajectories mod. Trajectories mod? Nah. No. No. Nah, I'm good, thank you. Burned too early. That's a junk landing. I'm not even gonna bother. Yeah, coming back from this overshoot trajectory is no good. We should probably fly the rocket again. But yeah, I'm just gonna try to get this one back to the pad. But it is proving the cross range that I can get it within render range of that drone ship pretty much every time. No. Oh man. This might need an entry burn. We're coming in very, very fast, and we can't use the cross-range capability, being able to steer it to slow us down. Because we're coming in right over the target. The drone ship being that close to the launch site makes no sense, though. Yeah. That's not the reason why I'm targeting the drone ship. It's... Drone ship? It's more predominant. It's more to show that I can get it in the general area and we can steer the booster in. In reality, a drone ship would be down there somewhere, or that way, more east. Really? Even after my entry burn? Oh, he ended. Never mind. I was gonna say we're about 50 meters from the pad, but... The most accurate IRV ever. Oh. Hey, Roomba. What's going on, buddy? That type of landing is what worries me on SpaceX Boca Chica. What? What's there to worry about? Actually, you know what? You see how this booster has crazy cross-range capability? The chines on Super Heavy will actually be able to do stuff like this. Super Heavy should fly like this. Like being able to steer. It should be able to do that. No. Drop it. Why do I always have to land on crooked ground? It's so annoying. I'm okay. Things are starting to get better and less stressful. I hope you're doing good too. I'm alright. Yeah, I can't complain. Ugh. Well, are we stopped? It's good to see you in KSP again. Cheers. Well, are we stopped? We're stopped, sir. Good. How about a 5-minute break? Smoke if you got 'em. I can do better than that. Is the Super Guppy still in service? Yep. Yeah, NASA uses it to move Orion capsules around nowadays, Yuri. Well, my booster is straight, but it landed on crooked ground. I don't know how that works with the analogy, but... And yeetus deletus! Whee! I don't know either. Yeah? Yeah? No? Yes? Bananas. Let's just go with banana. Yeah, you're a guy. See, I wanted to get it. You gotta kind of go at the pad like this. Like coming in sideways. Coming down straight over it is usually doesn't work too well. Alright, here we go. That may have been too late. It's gonna fall. Don't you dare. Don't do this. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. That's pretty good, man. Don't do this to me. Don't do this. We hit the post and it deflected it in the wrong direction. Lived! I can get that thing pretty damn close every time. I guess we need to not have launch clamps. The launch clamps wouldn't be there if it was mission mode because we'd be the pad would be next to it. Just food for thought. They wouldn't be there. You wanted to be like the cigarette, yeah. Yeah. Ready? This is always cool. I like this camera angle. Ready? Shows how fast that thing is falling. Jeez. We are coming in very hot this time. I just gotta bring it down. I don't like coming at it like that. It's not a good way to do that. I don't like coming at it from straight down. You really don't want that. One more try, and then we'll redo the launch. I know you don't use mods, but... Okay. Ford, I'm not even thinking about that right now, I'll be honest with you. Pork chip, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Yeah, they're not supposed to do that, Urban. They're not supposed to be suspension. They're supposed to be a hard point. It's not supposed to bounce like that. I'm a little annoyed that they didn't lock. Nova Punch Parts Pack. Don't do that again. See, this is a good angle to do this at. Okay, stage 1 is transonic. Here we go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They didn't lock again. Those should be locking. I'm really annoyed that they're not. Hey, Bombo, what's going on, man? Oh, thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate it. Nova Parts Pack. What is this, 2013? Yeah. Why is it so important to get locked? So the thing stands upright, dude. Here, I'll show you. Well. One of them decided to work, right? You know what? This is a quick save. It's a reloaded quick save, so I'm not even gonna ask questions. Quick saving and quick loading breaks things. Can you zoom in on the lower hinges? I want to see how you made them. I can't. I'm already gone. So this doesn't include docking port locks like Condor. No, robotic locks instead. Much more. The robotic locks are much more reliable. Well, I was about to say they're much more reliable, but They're more reliable in the fact, Urban, that the landing legs aren't going to fall off. Yeah, sure, Yuri. Yeah, I'll show you. Sure. Oh no! Well, there goes my engines. Oh, I know what. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Yeah, I know the problem. I had infinite prop on. I was like, why isn't the booster stopping? Curious how your factory location fared. Everything was good, actually. Everything was A-okay. Moving the factory out and making the new train lines actually really helped. Artyom, I didn't really have anything to show you that time because, well, it blew up. I'll try to give you guys that view one more time. Here, we'll try it with a drone ship landing. I'd like to talk to you about your rocket's extended warranty. Yes. I need my lucky music. Not enough fuel. You've been enjoying the new Stationeers update too? Yeah, actually, we should be getting around time for Stationeers here in a moment. Speaking of moving, how goes the house? Now we close on the 29th. I want to give you guys one good first-person view here, okay? We'll go for a pad landing or something. Come on. Not good. I think we bounced. Hey, did they lock? No. I need one more. One more. Come on, one more. I want to get one good landing on that pad. I think I've been doing it too much today. We've probably done 50 landings today at least. All right, Urban. Thanks for the insight. Yeah, no problem. News cycle's a little slow today. Oh, Forrest, I wanted to play KSP, dude. I burned way too late. What am I doing? Alright, that's enough. Okay. You guys probably want explosions, so there you go. Alright. Cool. Lovely. Give me 1 second, fellas. I gotta check my messages. Sorry, I just remembered something. Give me 1 second. Okay. Alright, cool. I should have bought the extended warranty. Loopy, mid landing there, I was thinking about something, a message that I forgot to send out. I had a message earlier on my phone about house stuff, and I was, yeah, I totally missed the landing burn point, but I can get it reasonably back here every time, which is good. All right, last one. Honestly, I want to do one more because I don't feel like picking up all that crap. If I landed in one piece, it's hitting the recover button once. Yeah, see, when we do a little bit of this here, we do a little bit of that, and we break in, that really makes the difference. Yeah, I like doing that way. We should do that way from now on. Not my best landing, but... Alright. That was good, man. Alright, we got it. I think we proved pretty well that thing can get back to where I need it to go. I can steer it back pretty much anywhere. It's just a matter of your boy getting the burn right. And that's something that we could just kind of brute force it and just kind of go and keep doing it. Which is fine. That's okay. But I was really looking to see how accurate I can get it and like where boost back needs to be. But I think we got boost back dialed in. I think staging velocity at 900... so we can use more first stage to push that second stage up there. But then again, staging velocity at 850 wasn't too incredibly bad either. Staging velocity at 850 gave me a lot of fuel to compensate in case I screwed up. But I think it actually may have been too much. So I think staging velocity at 900, 45 degrees at 45 degrees angle of attack. So 45 degrees, staging velocity 900 with the apogee at like 55. I think, is really where we need to be. SpaceX tweet. Could this be a stupid question, but why are you deploying the landing gear so late? Arrow will break them if I deploy them too early. Targeting Friday, June 17th for a Falcon 9 launch at 53. Yeah, this was already linked. I know. Yeah, I saw it. That's good. Did you have fun? Yeah. No. No. That's fun, dude. We landed on the drone ship. I landed it 2.5 times on the drone ship today. That's not easy to do. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't want to do drone ship landings, guys. It's because I have to go and get the thing, and then I have to bring it back. It's annoying. That's a waste of time. Like, I would love to do it. Don't get me wrong, but... yeah. I actually saved the rocket, mostly. Yeah, so we'll keep dialing in RTLS trajectories. What's today? Wednesday? Yeah, we can keep dialing it into yeah, we'll just tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Let's play Kerbal again tomorrow. Screw it. We'll do it again. I'll freaking do it again too. All right, I'm gonna play Stationeers now though. Let's jump into that. That was fun. I enjoyed doing that. I like messing around in engineering mode to make sure that we're doing we engineer exactly what we want. I really like it. Although the engineering up in mission mode is fun, and that's really difficult, I'm still kind of just getting my feet wet and landing legs wet because I dipped a couple into the water. I'm just trying to get back into KSP. So I kind of reverted to how I used to do things before mission mode 2, which is where we could just prototype it for as much as we want in engineering mode, and that's making me want to play Kerbal more again. So I do appreciate that. Yeah, it's fun. I hope you guys are enjoying it as well.